Hi guys, it's me, ChazzaHD, and welcome to the first race watch-along of 2023. Finally, we are here after, 3.5 months of waiting after the last Grand Prix of 2022. And we are in for maybe not the best Bahrain Grand Prix of all time, and an absolute classic from lights to flag, but definitely an exciting and very interesting first race of the season. And yeah, qualifying yesterday was a bit of an anticlimax. It was still exciting, but it was a bit of an anticlimax in the end at the very front of the field, with Red Bull, of course, locking out the front row in, pretty comfortable fashion. Not because they were necessarily so much quicker than everybody else, but obviously Ferrari did some weird things, let's say, at the end of qualifying. We may actually have a bit more of an explanation as to why Ferrari did what they did, because there has been some breaking news to do with Charles Leclerc's power unit. But yeah, qualifying yesterday wasn't quite, it didn't quite hit the heights that I was really hoping we'd get to. But yeah, I think this race today is going to be probably more exciting. Aston Martin, of course, who I guess you could say kind of under-delivered compared to what they were doing in practice. I think they will be much stronger today, and we'll get a lot more fighting for the top few positions than we got really in Q3 yesterday, where Aston Martin were, firmly not one of the two top teams, and were only slightly quicker than Mercedes, really. So yeah, wasn't quite what we were hoping for, but I think, Aston Martin have got a lot more potential today. And obviously, in the midfield, it is super close, with Alpine, Haas, McLaren looking like the top three midfield teams, you could arguably say. Maybe Alfa Romeo up there as well. So yeah, it's looking very competitive in the midfield. I don't think you can clearly say, after the top four front-running teams, who has the absolute best car for, the rest of the field. So, yeah, looks good in that part of the field, and we should get a very exciting race there. But, of course, in today's race watch-along, with us having just over an hour and 55 minutes to go until the race starts in Bahrain. We have got plenty to get through in previewing this race. So obviously we'll go through the qualifying results in full, and then I will get into plenty of very important key data that you guys need to know going into this race, such as the sector time data from qualifying yesterday to see what parts of the track is suiting, say, certain cars. Also, we'll get into the speed trap data to see who is struggling and doing well with their top speed. And then we'll get into the long run data from Friday, which is obviously a good indication as to what the pace will look like in this race. And then finally, I'll cap that off with my full top 10 race prediction for the Bahrain Grand Prix today. And then after all of that, I'll then go through all the teams and explain a bit more with each team why I think they'll end up finishing where I have predicted. But we'll get to that all in a second. Just want to say hello to all of you guys. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you're all as excited as I am. And no matter what time it is in your part of the world, I hope you're all having as best today as possible. And yeah, it'd be great if you guys could join me today in either watching along the first race of the season, or if you can't watch the Bahrain Grand Prix, but you want to listen to keep up with exactly what is going on, then don't worry. We will keep you here for the next, 4.5 hours, absolutely bang up to date with everything going on at the Bahrain Grand Prix of 2023. And yeah, great to see all of you guys here. Just want to quickly read out super chat from Turbo GSR of $20, who says, race day, let's go driver hold on. Let's go. Olivier Panis and Ligier Mugen Honda. That's an interesting comment there. But yeah, thank you for that. And great to see, all of you in chat as usual. But I am going to hide the timer because, of course, we're now going to go through all the data. And the timer, obviously, if I don't, switch it off for the moment, it will just reset itself. And I don't want that. So I will get the timer back on the screen in, 20 to 25 minutes time. So you guys know then, obviously, how long there is to go until the race. But let's get through all of the data and stuff like that. So let's start, of course, with the results from qualifying. So Max Verstappen starts on pole position for the second time in his career in Bahrain. Sergio Perez qualifies second. That's Perez's best ever qualifying result in Bahrain. Charles Leclerc ended up third, only did though one run in Q3, did not do a second run. And in terms of his second run that didn't happen, we do have a new update regarding Charles Leclerc that might explain why Ferrari decided not to run him at the end of qualifying. I mean, Ferrari say that they wanted to save Leclerc a set of soft compound tyres, but Charles Leclerc has just been announced has had to take on a new, let me just see exactly what it is. He's had to take on a new power unit element for the race today. He won't get a penalty for that. It will be all okay. He has a new energy store that has been fitted to his power unit, so that might explain why Leclerc and Ferrari decided not to do a final run. Maybe they saw something in the data with his power unit that they didn't like. I guess we'll never know for the time being. Carlos Sainz, he ended up in 4th place. The Red Bull 1-2, Ferrari 3-4. Fernando Alonso in 5th. I'd still say that's a good qualifying result for him to get ahead of the two Mercedes. And I think Alonso really has a great chance of finishing on the podium today. Obviously, more on that later in this stream. George Russell just ahead of Hamilton and just behind Alonso in 6th place, with Hamilton in 7th. Great job, by the way, by Russell to out-qualify Hamilton, because Hamilton looked as though he was quicker than Russell really all weekend. Great job by Russell to get ahead. Lance Stroll finished up in 8th place, which is realistically, let's be honest, where he should have been on the grid. So despite his wrist issues, I don't think we can really complain about, where Stroll is on the grid. Maybe you could argue he's a couple tenths of a second slower than he should be, but I think Stroll is so far this weekend done absolutely fine. Esteban Ocon is 9th and Nico Hülkenberg will be 10th. Hülkenberg, of course, in Q3 did not set a lap time. Funnily enough, though, if Hülkenberg had set in Q3 the lap time he did in Q2, if he had done that time in Q3, Hülkenberg actually would be starting the race today from 8th place. So that Haas car was as quick as I said it was going to be yesterday, but Hülkenberg sadly had his time deleted after his only run in Q3, and I don't think that run in Q3 was as good as what he did in Q2 even. So that Haas car was very fast yesterday. And then the rest of the order, it was Lando Norris in P11, Valtteri Bottas in 12th, Zhou 13th, Tsunoda 14th. Tsunoda obviously had a pretty bad Q2 lap. That's why he has the slowest lap time from qualifying, even though he obviously did get through to Q2. Alex Albon in 15th. He tried to do just one run in Q2, but then made a mistake and then aborted the lap. So that's why he had no lap time. But of course he did, on pure lap time, get himself into Q2. And then you've got Logan Sargent, 16th. Great job, I think, Sargent did in qualifying. Magnussen, 17th. Piastri, 18th. De Vries, 19th. And Pierre Gasly in 20th. I've got to say, it is pretty impressive that the field really only separated by 2.5 seconds. I know Tsunoda was 2.8 down with his best time in Q2, but of course that wasn't the best lap time he could have done. When I think the field in qualifying last year was separated by just over 2.5 seconds, I think it was, it was something like, I think close or maybe at 3 seconds. So the gap from front to bottom has come down, which is good to see and is a good omen, not just for this season, but next season and the year after. So those were the qualifying results. Let's now get into the data and the sector time data. And this is the best Sector 1 times by team. No surprise, really. The Red Bull and Ferrari are so quick in Sector 1 because it is a power sector, really, 2 DRS zones. I've got to say, though, Mercedes did pretty well in this sector. And as I'll show with the speed trap stuff, I'm pretty sure that Lewis Hamilton was running less downforce than his teammate was in qualifying, because in the speed trap, the main speed trap at the end of the pit straight, Lewis, I think, was 4 or 5 kilometers an hour faster than Russell was. So yeah, I think Lewis might be running a lower downforce rear wing, just less downforce in general. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's why Lewis Hamilton did a pretty good first sector and was pretty much on par with Alonso, other than being, just slightly quicker. But yeah, the top 4, not separated by that much, which is good to see. But Red Bull and Ferrari definitely the strongest in the high-speed parts of the circuit. And then after that in the midfield, Ocon, the best of the rest, with Zhou just behind, and Hülkenberg in 7th, which it might be a bit surprising that the Ferrari powered teams don't seem to be, say, super quick in this first sector, which again, it's got 2 DRS zones. You'd expect the Ferrari powered cars to be probably higher than the Renault powered Alpine. But yeah, there's a very interesting Sector 2 time that was done by Hülkenberg, which we'll get to in a second. Lando Norris in 8th, McLaren, the 8th best team in Sector 1. And yeah, we'll show when we get to the speed trap stuff, but you can clearly see here the McLaren is struggling a lot still with its straight line speed and just speed at high speed, if that makes any sense. It's still struggling a lot when it comes to that. Doing a lot better in the, say, slower corners, I would say. Probably the McLaren. But yeah, at high speed, that McLaren doesn't seem to be very quick at all. And he was only just ahead of Yuki Tsunoda. And Tsunoda obviously just ahead of Albon. Surprised Albon wasn't any quicker, I've got to say, in the first sector. I would have expected him to be ahead of Norris and Tsunoda. But yeah, in the high-speed stuff, Red Bull and Ferrari look the best. Mercedes and Aston Martin, the 2 teams after that. And then, yeah, Alpine look to be best of the rest in the high-speed stuff, with obviously the Ferrari-powered teams doing well. A bit surprising that Tsunoda was, below the McLaren. But yeah, McLaren still pretty slow in the high-speed stuff, with, again, Williams. Bit surprising they were lacking speed. In Sector 2, though, we've got some very interesting times here. So Max was a full exact 10th of a second faster than Charles Leclerc in qualifying in the middle sector. And yeah, the Red Bull was at its best in the middle sector where all the corners are. And I think it's pretty clear to see, when you compare Red Bull against Ferrari, where Red Bull and even Ferrari compared to Red Bull, where there are strengths and weaknesses. The Red Bull is better in the corners. The Ferrari is better, or at least equal, in the high-speed stuff. And, that's not going to be the case necessarily for the entire season. The Red Bull is still very good at, high speed. But, yeah, I'd say, if you compare the 2 cars, that's how it looks. The Red Bull better in the corners, Ferrari better on the high-speed stuff. I've got to say, though, it was a bit surprising to see Alonso a 10th slower than the Ferrari in the middle sector, because from what we saw in testing at times, and, in practice, the Aston Martin looked to be, not just quicker than the Ferrari, but decently quicker than the Ferrari in the middle sector, where you've got, a couple very slow corners, and then, a couple medium speed corners, and maybe a couple high speed corners, you could say as well. I would have expected Alonso to be as quick, if not quicker, than Leclerc in qualifying in that sector. So yeah, a bit disappointing there, but he was quicker than Mercedes and Aston Martin, definitely proving that, when compared to Mercedes, the reason Aston Martin are just that bit ahead right now is because they do have just about superior grip compared to the Mercedes. I gotta say though, the Mercedes car, once everybody showed what they got yesterday, Mercedes don't have as bad of a car as people were maybe expecting going into qualifying. I mean, it's still quite far behind Red Bull, and that's obviously still a big problem. Toto Wolff has already come out and said they're going to change their car concept because, they need to try for the medium and long term to close the gap and be a proper championship contending team again. And they're not going to be like that if they're, 0.6 of a second overall for the lap off the pace around a track like this. But yeah, the Mercedes car is not as bad as people, again, were claiming going into qualifying. It's definitely still, even this car concept has got potential this year. But I think the most impressive middle sector time has to go to the Haas of Nico Hülkenberg. Only just over a tenth slower than Mercedes, and a tenth and a half quicker than Ocon in the Alpine, and obviously quite a bit quicker than the McLaren even in the middle sector. And yeah, you wouldn't necessarily expect Haas to have a better car in the corners around this track than Alpine and McLaren. When you look at last season, McLaren and Alpine clearly had, from an aerodynamic point of view, a better car than Haas did. So yeah, the Haas car looks very good in that middle sector, and it's a very good omen for them for this season. I think they are still going to struggle with, tyre degradation and their race pace, but they've got a pretty good car of Haas in all types of corners and layouts by the looks of it. Because the Haas was pretty quick in all of the sectors. And then, you got Ocon in 6th, Norris in 7th. A bit disappointing again that with the lack of or the lack of speed at high speed for McLaren, they couldn't claw back pace in the middle sector, where you would expect McLaren, to be a bit better. It's a positive, I guess, that they were quicker than than Williams, AlphaTauri, and Alfa Romeo, because it was looking worse going into this weekend. But yeah, to give up a quarter of a second to Haas in that middle sector, which is just really full of corners, except for, one shortish DRS zone, is not great. I think they'll be better today, though, because their race pace from Friday looked pretty good. But yeah, there is quite a bit to work on if McLaren want to become, say, like Aston Martin are right now. Got to say, though, impressive, the pace of the Williams in the middle sector. Right on the pace, slightly quicker than the AlphaTauri. The biggest surprise, not the biggest surprise, but another big surprise was the Alfa Romeo, the slowest team in the middle sector. Now, if you compare Alfa Romeo to Haas, for example, the reason Alfa Romeo beat Haas last season is because, obviously, they're powered by the same engine manufacturer, but Alfa Romeo had quite a bit more downforce than Haas had, and that really helped them, especially at the start of last season. So you expect Alfa Romeo to be, right there where Haas are, if not a tad quicker. So for them to be almost 0.4 of a second slower in that sector alone is alarming, to say the least. And yeah, Alfa Romeo don't look to have a good car really at all. Their car doesn't look to be anywhere near as good, I've got to say, as it was this time last year. And then with the final sector, which is is, well, really pretty simple. It's obviously, turn 13, long straight, then the final quarter of turn 14, 15, and then the run to the line. Verstappen had a very good final sector, and Red Bull showing that, yeah, they've still got some good straight line speed. The Mercedes, though, also doing pretty well with its speed at high speed, or its top end speed, however you want to call it. Because, yeah, right on the pace of Ferrari and actually quicker. Of course, Leclerc could have probably done a better Sector 3 time had he gone out and done a final Q3 run. So that kind of skews things, but still pretty impressive that the Mercedes has improved a bit in this area. Alonso in the Aston Martin in 4th. Not really surprising that he was in 4th because, yeah, high speed corners and straights I don't think are quite the Aston Martin strength. I think slow and medium speed corners is really where the Aston Martin car comes alive, which is why, tracks like Monaco, Circuit de Catalunya, Imola, those tracks coming up later in the season will help Aston Martin quite a bit. And then best of the midfield, you've got Ocon, pretty good Sector 3 time. Again, Hülkenberg in the Haas car at a pretty good pace there. And yeah, in all of the sectors, Hülkenberg was pretty quick. Bottas doing a lot better in the Alfa Romeo. But you can see once again with McLaren in what is quite a short sector. It's the shortest sector on the track. They're giving away quarter of a second to Alpine just in that final sector alone. And again, it's because, the Mercedes engine, of course, is the weakest of the 4 engines on the grid. I don't think there's any doubt about that now. But McLaren still have a bit of drag on that car because, obviously Aston Martin have got quite a bit of a fast car, but you would expect McLaren in what is such a short sector to not be 0.3 of a second off an Aston Martin, which is, again, powered by the same engine. So, yeah, McLaren have got a lot of work to do, but their car isn't quite as bad as, say, we predicted coming into the season. And, yeah, Logan Sargent did the best Sector 3 time for Williams. Shame still that he didn't, get into Q3. But in terms of pace in qualifying, I think, Red Bull, I still think had the best car. I think even if Leclerc did a final run in Q3, he probably would have ended up at best in second on the front row. And then, yeah, Ferrari definitely was second best team. Third best team, probably Aston Martin, just about. And then just ahead of Mercedes. Aston Martin and Mercedes, though, look pretty close to one another in qualifying. Not necessarily sure that's going to be the same in the race, but yeah, that's how it looked in qualifying. And then the 5th best team, to me, looked to be Haas, but because Hülkenberg did not do a legal lap time in Q3, that's why Hülkenberg, did not start any higher than 10th, when really he could have started 9th or even in 8th place ahead of the Aston Martin of Lance Stroll. But then after Haas, yeah, Alpine looked to be the 6th best team in qualifying around here. And then after that, probably overall for the lap, probably Alfa Romeo just ahead of McLaren, and then AlphaTauri and then Williams. I know Norris is ahead of the 2 Alfa Romeos on the grid, but I think Norris really just pulled out an extra special lap to get the McLaren so high on the grid. But yeah, that's how the pecking order, I think, was in qualifying. Doesn't mean, though, that that's going to be the same in the race, as we'll get to in a moment with how the race pace is looking. Let's just quickly go on to the speed trap data. And again, this speed trap data is from the where the, how do I describe it? Where they're clocking this speed is right at the end of the pit straight, so the highest speed part of the track. And again, this is by team to show you who has the best top speed and who has the worst. The Ferrari, very strong, looks good. That's definitely going to help them this season. Red Bull, I mean, slower, but pretty much on a similar type speed. Lewis Hamilton, though, very good in the main speed trap, only a couple kilometers an hour slower than Ferrari. Again, though, he did, 324.4 kilometers an hour. If you go look at George Russell's speed trap, he did like 320 or 319. So I think they're running probably a bit less downforce on that Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton, which could help him today if he is racing the Ferraris to try and obviously make a move. Pierre Gasly in the Alpine looks good. So Alpine have still got some good straight line speed, which will help them obviously during this season. Williams have got good straight line speed as well, but clearly they couldn't utilize that in the first and final sector because, yeah, they were pretty slow in those sectors. But for some reason, then, had a car that was pretty quick in the middle sector where, again, straight line speed isn't that important. Alonso in 6th on 320 kilometers an hour. And yeah, the Mercedes power car still struggling a bit, I think, with, or struggling a bit in comparison to, say, the Ferrari and Red Bull powertrain teams. And, Fernando Alonso in the Aston Martin, if you look at, we will get to the long run data from FP2 in a second. The pace looks good, but the only problem is for Alonso, because obviously he's starting 5th and he's got the 2 Ferraris, his main rivals, I think, for today, ahead of him. The only issue is he probably will be faster, but the Ferraris have got quite a bit more speed down the straights than the Aston Martin has. So Alonso is going to have to get really good exits out of, the corners right before a DRS zone. Because if he doesn't, Ferrari have got quite good speed down the straights to maintain position in this Grand Prix. Bit surprised the AlphaTauri wasn't as quick as the Red Bull down the straights, considering, it's the same power unit and, Red Bull powertrain. So, yeah, really don't understand that. Norris, you can see as well on 320 kilometers an hour. Pretty bad, compared to the Alpine, for example. One thing that is impressive, though, if you look at Haas F1, they had, the second worst speed, 318. Maybe that explains why they were so quick in the middle sector, because they bolted a bit more downforce on and compromised their top speed. But they were still in Sector 1 and Sector 3 pretty quick. They were still, 5th or 6th best team through those sectors. So, yeah, Haas really got the balance right this weekend, at least for qualifying. And then, Alfa Romeo, I don't quite understand what's going on with Alfa Romeo because, they had the worst top speed by team. And, it just doesn't make sense, I think is what I'm trying to say with Alfa Romeo because, obviously powered by Ferrari have the best top speed. You would expect Alfa Romeo to be a bit, near that, which obviously they're not. They're 8 kilometers an hour slower. Haas are as well, but then you could, explain that by saying, like I just did, that, Haas were very quick in the middle sector. So maybe Haas made their car, or, compromised their top speed to have more downforce on. With Alfa Romeo, obviously, in the middle sector, they were really slow. So I don't really get why their top speed was so bad. By the way, these top speeds, this is not the worst top speed by team. This is, every team's best top speed that they did. Because obviously Zhou, he didn't end up 20th in the speed trap. I think 20th in the speed trap was Piastri. But I wanted to do the best speed traps by team rather than the worst. So, yeah. Haas and Alfa Romeo, I guess, are running probably more downforce. Unless Zhou just got really poor exits from the final corner or something. Mercedes-powered teams don't look... Well, McLaren and Aston Martin don't look great. Williams look good still. Again, I'm pretty sure Lewis Hamilton is running less downforce because Russell was doing about what Alonso was doing in the main speed trap. And yeah, Ferrari and Red Bull, when it comes to top speed, are very, very good. Just so you guys know, though, quickly, before we move on to the long run data from Friday, we do have 1 hour and 30 minutes to go until the race starts. I will get the timer back on screen soon. Just want to get through all of this stuff. And yeah, let's now get into the long run data from Friday. So this is the average long run times for each team and the best average times that each team did. And obviously I've done it in an order to display, I guess, the pace difference. So Max Verstappen had, on average, the best time of 1:37.2. Alonso, though, was only a couple hundredths of a second slower on his run. So Aston Martin and Red Bull look very quick here and much quicker than the rest of the field. Leclerc, half a second off. And yeah, Ferrari, by the looks of it, their tyre degradation is still quite an issue for them. And that's why they will not be fighting with Red Bull and Aston Martin today on pure pace. I think Aston Martin definitely, with Alonso at least, will have the faster car. And Ferrari, yeah, they're going to have to look in their mirrors more than look ahead at Red Bull. I mean, my criticism yesterday, if they did save a set of tyres, and that is indeed why they didn't do that final run, my criticism was, you know, your Ferrari, you need to at least try and get the best possible result. And plus, if you absolutely, you know, the best way possible want to defend yourself from Alonso in 5th, wouldn't you be better off starting first? You know, common sense. I know, yeah, then you wouldn't have a set of fresh soft compound tyres, but I mean, a lot of the teams who are going to be starting the race on soft tyres, they're probably going to, you know, even though they'll be worn, they're only going to be worn by like 2 laps. You know, it's not a massive difference. So, yeah, I still think that was the wrong decision by Ferrari, if indeed that's why they didn't do a final run. The Williams, though, was the biggest surprise by far when I calculated all of the average lap times for them to be quicker than everybody else except for Red Bull, Aston Martin, Ferrari. Very good times there from Alex Albon, so keep an eye out for him. I don't think he's going to finish in the points or anything, but yeah, the Williams car looks pretty good. The McLaren looked good as well, right on pace with the Alpine. And McLaren and Alpine today are going to be very equal on pace. It's looked the case really all weekend. Lewis Hamilton, though, in 7th, 1.3 seconds down. Now, I do need to clarify something. A couple of the laps he did his long run on in FP2 on Friday, a couple of them were slower laps, but the reason I included them when calculating the average time was because they weren't slow enough for me to discount them completely. They were only like, I don't know, close to, you know, not close to, but a few tenths of a second off, or maybe about a second off a couple of occasions where he must have made mistakes on those particular laps. Yeah, the reason I included those laps was, again, they were still quick enough for me to count for the calculation. They weren't obviously laps where Lewis Hamilton backed off. But, you know, if you were to eliminate those 2 laps and count all the other laps, Hamilton is probably quicker than McLaren and Alpine in the Mercedes. I mean, I don't think Albon in the Williams is going to be legitimately quicker than McLaren, Alpine, Mercedes, Alfa Romeo, AlphaTauri and Haas. But Mercedes, by the looks of it, do not have the car to fight for a podium here. It really, for the podium, it looks like Red Bull and Aston Martin are the only teams that on pure pace can really secure that result. Ferrari, I think, are going to be really hoping that they get a bit lucky today. Maybe, you know, if Aston Martin suffer reliability issues, that will help, obviously, very much. But also if, you know, safety cars, virtual safety cars come at the right time, that would help. Their straight line speed is going to help them a lot against Aston Martin, who are a few kilometers an hour slower down the straights. So, yeah, Ferrari are going to have to hope quite a bit for a podium. I think more so than actually know that a podium is absolutely possible. So yeah, Red Bull and Aston Martin are the two quickest teams here, and the teams really on pure pace who should be on the podium. But yeah, Mercedes are not going to be 1.3 seconds lap down. They're going to be quicker than McLaren Alpine and Williams, but it is going to be a bit of a struggle for them to be anywhere near on pure pace, Red Bull and Aston Martin. If Ferrari, though, do suffer badly with their tyre degradation, then I think Mercedes could maybe beat Ferrari today, but again, that's really dependent on how bad Ferrari's tyre deg is. We'll see just how bad it is. But yeah, Mercedes, I don't think can, on pure pace, get a podium this weekend, unfortunately. And then for the final three teams, Alfa Romeo, again, not looking good. AlphaTauri, not looking good. And yes, sadly, despite having good qualifying pace, Haas have still got big race pace and tyre degradation issues. Because, yeah, they were on average 0.8 of a second slower than McLaren and Alpine. And really, if Haas were going to score points today, Hülkenberg had to be really, say, in 8th place. Because the Haas car is going to struggle to manage its tyres today. And is going to struggle quite a bit compared to teams like McLaren and Alpine, maybe Alfa Romeo as well. So yeah, Haas, they're going to struggle a bit today, and I don't see them finishing in the points. And I think I will just get straight into my top 10 race prediction, guys, for the Bahrain Grand Prix. I will make sure to post in the, to post in the live chat a poll to ask you guys who do you think will win the Bahrain Grand Prix in a moment. But let me get on to my full top 10 prediction now. So, Max Verstappen, I think, will win the race. Perez will be a few seconds behind in second. Alonso will finish in third, with Leclerc fourth. Hamilton, 3 seconds behind or so in fifth. With Sainz in sixth, Russell seventh, Stroll eighth, Ocon ninth, and Lando Norris in 10th. I'm expecting, it to get, a bit close between Mercedes and Ferrari by the end of the race. And yeah, McLaren and Alpine will definitely be pretty close at the end of this race. So, yeah, that's what my prediction is. Let me know if you agree or disagree in the live chat, and I'll get to your comments obviously soon, because I'm about to go team by team and explain a bit more why I think, certain teams are going to finish up where I predicted them to finish. But yeah, let me know in the chat whether you agree or disagree with what I've had to say there. And I'll just go back to this and quickly put the timer back on the screen, as we have got, how long have we got? We've got about, an hour and 20 minutes to go. Yeah, there you go. About an hour and 21 minutes now to go until the first race of the season. It's absolutely flying by. But, yeah, those are my predictions. Again, let me know in the chat whether you agree, disagree or not. I will quickly. And by the way, SHT, yeah, I did see that news right before I started the stream, and yeah, made sure to let everyone know of that. But yeah, cheers for letting everyone else know as well about that. Yeah, I'll just quickly start this poll up, and then I'll go through the teams. So, who do you think will win the... Hold on. Who do you think will win the Bahrain GP? And the options I'm going to go for will be the same as what I went for my qualifying polls, which are Verstappen, Perez, Leclerc, and Alonso. And you can let me know in the chat for the next hour and 10 minutes basically. Who you think is going to win? There you go. Make sure to vote on that at the top of the live chat. Obviously, it'll take a few seconds to appear for you guys. And, yeah. My prediction, of course, is Verstappen. Let me know what you think. But now, for the next few minutes, I'm going to go through all the teams and explain a bit more about why I think these teams, or how these teams will do, in my view, in today's Sakhir race. So we'll start, of course, with Red Bull Racing. And yeah, really, the biggest threat to Red Bull this weekend, it turned out, was either Ferrari powering themselves with their magnificent power unit onto pole position, which could have happened. You never know what Leclerc could have done on a second run. But also, another thing that could have stopped them this weekend from achieving full success is the performance of Aston Martin. And obviously, so far this weekend, it's looked close in qualifying. Obviously, Red Bull showed, compared to Aston Martin, they have got a lot extra pace in hand. Aston Martin, though, their strength this season, as we saw last year, is going to be race pace. But thankfully for Red Bull, because Alonso is fit on the grid and will have to, somehow get rid of the Ferraris quickly, which I think is going to probably take him about 15 to 20 laps at most to get rid of those Ferrari cars and get into third place. By the time that happens, the Red Bulls are going to be too far up the road, I think, for Alonso to be able to do anything. So, yeah, as long as Red Bull obviously get away first and second, and there's no, say, safety car on lap 1, that means we could have maybe a very interesting restart with Ferrari maybe trying to make a move into turn 1 with their magnificent power. Yeah, if they get away first and second and there's no safety car, then they should be able, if Ferrari are still in third for at least the first stint of the race, to build a gap, a good healthy gap, that means then they can, by the time we get to the first pit stops, be quite a few seconds ahead, and they'll have a bit of room to maybe be a bit more comfortable with their strategy, and they won't have to necessarily follow other teams. So yeah, as long as Aston Martin with Alonso are held up by other more likely to be slower cars, then Red Bull should run off into the distance. The strategy, by the way, today, Pirelli have said that the quickest strategy today is a 2-stop race, which would be starting on the soft, then going on to the hard compound tyre, and then going on to another set of soft compound tyres in the end. Now, I think, mistakenly, I have been saying this weekend that the C1 tyres, the hard tyres, should not be, used at all this weekend, and I don't see them being used this weekend. When I properly thought about it, it started to make a bit more sense why that tyre is going to be more important in the race. And the reason is because when compared to the medium, because of course the teams have to use, out of the 3 tyres, 2 of them during the race, the medium is quicker, but is only half a second quicker than the hard. And the hard compound tyre does have much better durability than the medium. And of course, durability and good tyre wear is very important at a Grand Prix like this, as we've seen in the past. And I guess the pace difference between the medium and the hard doesn't really matter, given that the hard can go quite a lot longer into the Grand Prix for a driver than if they, were to use the medium compound. I think, though, for most teams, they won't bother doing a soft, hard, soft strategy. I think the teams are probably going to go soft, hard instead. Because if you do put on the hard tyres for the middle stint, if one of your rivals then decides in retaliation to go for the soft, yeah, they'll have, worse tyre wear, they'll have to pit a lot earlier, but the soft compound tyre is at least a second and a half quicker than the hard compound tyre, say, for the first 3 or 4 laps of the soft tyre. And I'm not sure that's a risk worth taking for the teams to go from soft to hard for their first pit stop, and then run that risk of then their rivals who may have still not pitted to then in response put on the soft to then overtake them and then pull a big gap. And even though they'll pit earlier, they'll then have fresher tyres to gain even more time on that driver. But yeah, I think most likely, I mean, if I was a strategist, I would, go for soft, hard as my strategy rather than soft, hard, soft, because I wouldn't want to have that risk of, a rival running the soft against the hard in the middle stint. I mean, you still have that risk in the final stint, I guess, but, let's say, for example, Ferrari pit on lap 12 and put the soft tyres on. If Aston Martin haven't pitted yet, then what they're not going to do is put the hard tyres on for the middle stint, because again, they'll know that, we'll lose way too much time on that tyre if we move to that tyre at this point of the race. So they'll probably then also go for the soft tyre, meaning that the team like Ferrari that has already moved on to their second set of tyres, they won't run that risk of running the hard tyres during a stint with their rival running a soft compound tyre. Because again, that pace difference will be quite big initially for a few laps. So yeah, that's how I expect things to be strategically. Yeah, with Red Bull, I've pretty much laid out how I think their race will go, and why they will finish first and second. It will be interesting to see, though, at the start, if Sergio Perez gets a sniff of a gap into turn 1, whether he decides to send it or not. I mean, of course, last season between Verstappen and Perez, the relationship wasn't great because of what happened in Brazil. Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for that, of course, at the start of the race. But I'm pretty confident Verstappen wins with Sergio Perez in second, and that they will be just too good in the end for the rest of the teams. On to the Ferrari team now. And Ferrari, I think... oh, hold on. Just looking at the chat to see what's going on. I see some... comments here. Hold on a minute. Yeah. Now I've seen what the comment is. Yeah, I'll kindly ignore that now. Yeah, moving on to Ferrari. Yeah, qualifying yesterday was very good for them. I mean, they didn't get pole position, obviously. They were third and fourth, but I didn't expect them to be as competitive as they were. I didn't think they'd be that competitive. And if Charles Leclerc had done a final run in Q3, I think there is a chance that Leclerc could have got pole position. Still think most likely Verstappen would have got pole, but yeah, Leclerc was close enough that he could have done it. And we know Leclerc is super quick around here. It's a shame we didn't get to see that great climax to qualifying that possibly could have happened. But yeah, for the race today, yeah, I mean, Ferrari have already kind of admitted it. They've not got the race pace really to fight with Red Bull. And their focus is going to be on the teams behind them, Aston Martin and Mercedes. Aston Martin, I think with at least Alonso beat them. Be curious to see how Stroll does. I still think Stroll, because of his wrist issues, finishes in 8th place. And it will take a bit of time for Stroll to get properly up to speed. But yeah, tyre deg is going to be certainly an issue for the Ferrari team. And I mean, if you look at the race pace difference from what we saw on Friday, it's not horrifically bad or anything. Half a second per lap they were losing on Friday to Red Bull and Aston Martin. But if you're going to fight for race wins or even podiums, that's not good enough. That's too much lap time to be losing. And, if that does translate itself into the race, then yeah, they're really going to struggle to finish on the podium. They're going to need, like I said a few moments ago, a bit of luck, I think, to get that podium. And yeah, I guess because of their lack of race pace, it's kind of damage limitation for them, because I don't think qualifying was the max potential they have around a track like this. Because again, I think Leclerc could have probably gone a position higher, maybe 2 positions higher. And Ferrari are definitely here to play in qualifying this season. But yeah, for the races, it's going to be a struggle. And I think today it's going to be a struggle. I think the reason they get a better result, Ferrari, compared to Mercedes is simply because Mercedes don't seem to have that quick of a race car right now. And I think even despite their tyre deg, I think their extra straight line speed does help them. So yeah, I think that's why they get a better result compared to Mercedes. I wouldn't be surprised necessarily if Mercedes did beat them today. But yeah, I think Ferrari will overall get the better result as a team compared to Mercedes. But yeah, it's not going to be a great start, is it, compared to what we had last year? This time last year, first and second in the race, obviously helped by a double DNF for Red Bull. And yeah, they're looking like here that they might not even be on the podium, and very likely won't be on the podium unless bad luck happens to some other drivers and teams out there. And the final front-running team... Oh, no, they're not the final front-running team. Obviously, just forgot about Aston Martin. Let's go on to Mercedes-Benz now. Yeah, qualifying, I'll be honest, I thought was pretty good from them compared to what, you know, their expectations were going into qualifying. I think even Mercedes said that they didn't think they were going to be that competitive in qualifying. And a lot of the talk was that Mercedes, yeah, were going to struggle. And in the end, they were, I guess, slower than Aston Martin, but, you know, not by much, only just, really. And yeah, the pace didn't look that bad at all. I mean, it's still bad for them, you know, 0.6 of a second away from Red Bull around a track that is mostly just on throttle. And, you know, if they don't really gain on Red Bull in the next few races, we are going to see them be further behind pole position in qualifying this season than than the gap than it was yesterday. But not as bad, thankfully, as I thought it was going to be from them. Again, surprising that this man on screen, George Russell, actually out-qualified Lewis Hamilton. Didn't expect that to happen. I thought Hamilton would be ahead. But yeah, great result for Russell. And if it is true that, you know, because Hamilton was a few kilometers an hour quicker than Russell in the speed trap, that's because Lewis was running a bit of a lower downforce package, then it seems to me, with their setups, Mercedes have kind of split their setup strategy, I guess you could say. Russell, you know, going for the more downforce setup to obviously help, you know, look after tyres and help the overall pace in the race, when Hamilton, I'm assuming he was set up with that car, if that is true, that he was set up with a lower downforce setup to help the Mercedes of Hamilton overtake in the race. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Hamilton does in the race today. But of course, he does have to try and find his way past his teammate first. Luckily, Hamilton is on the clean side of the grid, so there is a decent chance that he can do that. I'm just thinking with Hamilton, yeah, his grid position of 7th place, I think, is the lowest grid position he's had in Bahrain, I think since 2018, where he had a 5-place penalty, I remember, and he started in 9th. I think the last time he qualified as low as 7th in Bahrain was like 2009, was it? No, I don't think so. I think this actually might be the lowest position he's ever qualified in Bahrain. Because I think 2009 he was like 5th or 6th on the grid. So yeah, a new low, I guess, for Hamilton. But he could absolutely still get a great result for the team if Mercedes suddenly show a load more pace, then yeah, game on. But yeah, Mercedes, I think, end up as not the fourth best team necessarily, but they'll have the fourth best result out of all the teams, I think, from this Grand Prix. And yeah, I think there just won't be enough laps left for them to overall beat Ferrari with their result today in terms of points scored for them compared to the Ferrari team. And a lot of work to do on this Mercedes car, aerodynamically, really, when it comes to their straight line speed. Doesn't seem actually to be that bad, if they've got lower downforce on their car to help with that straight line speed. But yeah, there is still some issues with their aero, which need sorting quite quickly. And the final top team is Aston Martin. And yeah, Aston Martin looked good yesterday. I don't think they were, massively disappointing or anything. It was disappointing, but more because of our wild expectations and wild hopes, going into qualifying, because Alonso, of course, topped practice 2 and practice 3. Ferrari, of course, finally showed what they had, and they definitely had a faster car than Aston Martin in qualifying yesterday. But like I said earlier, kind of with Red Bull, Aston Martin should have comfortably a faster car than Ferrari today in race trim. And Alonso really should be on the podium in third. It is a shame that Alonso isn't third on the grid, because if he was, I think Alonso could possibly then be a contender to win the race. We know, of course, for one, he is great when it comes to the starts of races. So maybe he could, get past one of the Red Bulls on the first lap if he was starting in third. But, also the Aston Martin has got really good pace and is right there with Red Bull by the looks of it. So, yeah, it is a shame that they're not starting in third with Alonso, because it would really make things exciting then if that was to happen. But, yeah, Alonso, I think the way his race goes today is he starts obviously in 5th. I think he gets past Sainz on the first lap and then probably gets past Leclerc in the first 20 laps, either because of a undercut or because of him overtaking Leclerc on track because of having better race pace. And then once he does that, Alonso, he should be able to move into the distance and comfortably finish in third. Lance Stroll, again, because of his wrist issues, I think it's not realistic to expect him to finish any higher than 8th place, where he obviously starts the race from. Again, the Aston Martin pace is really good. Maybe he has a decent chance of racing and beating the Mercedes with how good the Aston Martin pace is, but again, because of his wrist issues and because also he's never normally been that quick around this circuit, I don't think it's realistic to expect Stroll to be finishing in the top 5, for example. I just don't think that's, again, realistic of an expectation. And if he does finish in 8th place, that's not a bad result. I mean, that would still be, if Alonso finished in 3rd, almost 20 points for the Aston Martin team in race 1. And obviously Stroll is going to get stronger after his injury, and he's still continuing, of course, his recovery process. So yeah, I don't think that'd be a bad result at all for the Aston Martin team. And I mean, with what I have predicted, Aston Martin would, after the first race, sit in 3rd place, I think, just behind Ferrari, if they were to finish again in the everyone in the top 10 in positions that I predicted, and that would be a good start to the season for them. And again, with Aston Martin and what they could possibly do in 2023, their strength is clearly, to me anyway, medium and slow speed corners. And yeah, at high speed, even in high speed corners, they don't seem to be, on that same level, I would say, compared to Red Bull. But yeah, when we get to circuits, maybe even like Baku, I know Baku has a very high speed nature, for the final sector, obviously it's flat out, and then for the first sector, it's pretty fast as well. But, in Baku, which is race 4. You've got a lot of slow corners. And obviously Imola, Monaco, Spain. You've got some medium speed and slow corners. Once we start getting to those tracks, I think Alonso could be absolutely a contender to win in 2023. But because the first 3 races are quite high speed, might struggle a tad with that, Alonso. But yeah, podium today, definitely possible. There's no doubt about that. As we've got just under 1 hour to go, guys, until Bahrain Grand Prix. And what I'm going to do now is obviously continue on. I'm going to go through all of the midfield teams, and then I'll come to your comments in the chat, of course. Nib will be coming on today. He'll be probably joining me in 25 to 30 minutes from now, I'd imagine. And obviously we'll get his thoughts before the race. Not just on the race, but on the season coming up as well. As to, you know, what he predicts for 2023. So yeah, plenty still heading your way before we even get to the race. And yeah, that poll still going at the top of the live chat. Make sure to keep voting in it if you haven't already. I can see we're on 45 likes currently. Let's try and get past 50 likes if we can in the next, say, 20 minutes. That would be good if we can do that. Yeah, I'll come to you guys soon. Let me say, as I was saying, rather, let me get onto the midfield. And we'll start with Alpine, who, I gotta say, once everyone showed their true pace, Alpine were pretty underwhelming. I mean, from testing, they seemed pretty happy with what they had. But, you know, again, once everyone showed what they had, it didn't look great. It didn't look great. I mean, Ocon is in 9th place, and that's not a bad position. Technically speaking, he is best of the rest, but Alpine on pure pace in qualifying looked about the same as Haas, or if not slower. Not that much quicker at all than McLaren. And obviously, with the race pace I showed from Friday, they were lapping at the same speed. And yeah, they don't seem to be super quick. I mean, they're not miles off, say, Aston Martin, at least over a single lap. I mean, Aston Martin were, I think, 5 to 6 tenths of a second quicker than Alpine. That's not a massive gap, but considering Aston Martin for a lot of last season were half a second to a second slower than Alpine, that is a pretty big jump in performance for Aston Martin past the Alpine team, an Alpine team that were hoping to close the gap the top 3 teams of last season. And, well, doesn't look great at the minute. But Ocon did a great job. I'd say got the most really out of the car that is there currently. And yeah, 9th place. Great starting position for him. Obviously, Hülkenberg having his time deleted helped a lot because Hülkenberg probably would have been in 9th or 8th place. So yeah, Ocon, good result. And because of Alpine's good pace from the long runs on Friday, I think Ocon does finish in this race best of the rest as well. Just needs to make sure he keeps, you know, around about his position, say 9th or 10th on the first lap, and just make sure he doesn't get into any craziness, because he should have the pace to finish at worst in 10th in this Grand Prix. So yeah, Ocon should be fine. For Pierre Gasly, who had, yeah, one horrendous qualifying session, obviously starting in 20th, he's definitely quicker than that, but just didn't produce in qualifying when it mattered in Q1. That's why he ended up, of course, out in Q1, and obviously then had his time deleted that he did at the end of Q1 for a track limit violation. That's why he ended up in 20th. Gasly will make a lot of progress. I mean, he's got De Vries and Piastri ahead of him. I expect him to probably beat those two. And then obviously beat the Williamses, the AlphaTauris, both AlphaTauris for sure. I think once Gasly, though, starts getting up to like Bottas, Zhou, Hülkenberg, it's going to get a bit tougher I think Gasly probably finishes in like 13th or 14th place. If Gasly was only starting like 13th or 14th, which would still be not good, I think, for him, he would still have an outside chance of a points finish. But yeah, he's starting too far back, I'm afraid. And that's why he won't score any points today. And what is so disappointing for Gasly, and from Gasly really, is, this is a circuit where normally he is very quick at. So for him to be so low down on the grid is just simply not good enough. He needed to take advantage of his own personal brilliance, I guess, around the Sakhir International Circuit, but he couldn't in qualifying yesterday. But yeah, we'll see a lot better from Gasly, but I don't expect a points finish. Right, next up, McLaren. Better than I expected, I guess you could say, from testing. I mean, in testing, I thought they had one of the worst cars on the grid. The car is still not very good at all. They're definitely, from what I saw in qualifying, they were definitely slower than Alpine and Haas, and probably overall slower than Alfa Romeo, but it is pretty close between McLaren and Alfa Romeo. But yeah, Lando, I thought, did a superb job to get 11th on the grid in what is a pretty mediocre at best and overall bad McLaren car. Thankfully, though, the McLaren does seem to have good tyre management and good race pace. And because Lando is also pretty good around this circuit, and because Haas have tyre wear issues still, I think Norris will depose Hülkenberg of 10th and finish in the top 10. And yeah, be close, but not close enough to pass Ocon for 9th. But if Norris was to score points today, that would be such a good start to the season for them, considering how bad this car is. Because really, it shouldn't be in the points, that car. But because of the way the grid has worked out and the way Norris has, put that car in such a great position, I think it's absolutely going to happen today. But yeah, still a lot of work to be done on this McLaren. Really, the whole car needs improvement. There's not one area of the car where you can say, yeah, they're doing well here. The whole car is pretty bad, but Lando just produced an absolute stonking lap. Oscar Piastri starts in 18th. I think Piastri will make progress. I think he'll beat the Williamses. I think he will... actually, no, I don't think he'll beat both Williamses. I think he'll beat Sargent, but I don't think he'll beat Albon. I think Albon will be pretty quick today. He'll beat Magnussen, I think, and probably the two AlphaTauris. But yeah, he won't get anywhere near the points. I think he probably finishes Piastri in 15th or 14th, maybe at best. I think if Piastri was going to have a chance of a points finish, he probably needed to put it up in like 13th or 14th to have even the smallest of chances. But yeah, it's just too far back on the grid, in my view, in a McLaren car that isn't, super quick enough to just fly its way through the field to get back into the top 10. But yeah, if McLaren do finish 10th and the top 10 finishes exactly how I've predicted it, that would be a good start for McLaren. Because again, that car is not good enough to finish in the points. And really, it would be because of Lando Norris, the reason they would finish in the points today. So yeah, that would be a brilliant job from the trackside operation point of view to somehow get a points finish with a pretty bad car. But hopefully, when McLaren bring this new upgrade at Baku, maybe sooner, if McLaren can gain a lot of lap time from that, I'm hoping it's like a second a lap. McLaren haven't told us how much they expect to gain with this new upgrade. But let's say it is a second a lap. Given they're a bit better this season than we all expected coming into the season, they might be, in the second half of the season, pretty good. So yeah, don't count out McLaren in the second half of this year and the rest of this season really after Baku. But yeah, for the moment, this car, not very good at all. Now, we'll go on to Alfa Romeo, who were, I've got to say, pretty disappointing. Yeah, 12th and 13th. Not really, I think, what people were expecting from them. I did expect it because of what they showed in practice 2. But again, in practice 2, we were a bit disappointed with their lack of pace. Because people coming into this weekend thought Alfa Romeo probably were maybe a banker with at least one car to be in the top 10. So, yeah, disappointing qualifying. 12th and 13th. Obviously, went through all the data. It didn't look great for Alfa Romeo. They were slow pretty much in, I guess, in all parts of the track, but also their top speed was quite bad as well. So yeah, Alfa Romeo not very good at all. I think they'll be close still, though, to a points finish. I don't think they're going to be a million miles away. And I think because of Hülkenberg probably dropping back because of the Haas's poor tyre management, they might still finish in like 11th and 12th or 11th and 13th, the Alfa Romeo team. But I don't think they've got the pace that Norris has in that McLaren and that Alpine have to actually get into the top 10. So they'll be close. If there is any retirements out of that top 10 I've predicted, then yeah, they will nick a point or two. But if there isn't out of that top 10 I predicted, then yeah, they'll just miss out. But I don't think this is going to be a great season for Alfa Romeo, because I think really, if they were going to have another good season again, they needed to start this season basically where they were last year in the pecking order to secure good points before other teams outdevelop them. And yeah, they don't seem to have a car like what they had last year. Looks like they've taken, this might be because obviously they couldn't develop their car at all in the second half of last season. It does look as though, compared to everybody else, they've taken a step back, which is disappointing to see. Haas F1, though, at least in qualifying, haven't taken a step back. They look, even just around this track, as quick as they were last year. And Nico Hülkenberg, what a job by him. One of the drives of the day yesterday from Nico Hülkenberg. A bit of a shame for Haas that they didn't have Kevin Magnussen up in the top 10 as well. Because, Magnussen you would normally expect to be quicker than Hülkenberg over a single lap. Magnussen, I don't know if he got his lap wrong and made a mistake or what, but just didn't produce any real pace in qualifying, which is really a shame, because normally Magnussen is very quick here. And if Magnussen did have the pace of Hülkenberg and was even maybe quicker, I think Magnussen could have probably been in the top 4 rows of the grid, say in 8th place, because his pace, again, was pretty strong here last year. It's been pretty strong in most years here in Bahrain. So yeah, disappointing from Magnussen, but great job by Hülkenberg. Probably deserved to be 8th ahead of Stroll, because Stroll was lagging behind quite a bit from obviously where his teammate was in terms of lap time. But yeah, sadly for Haas, they still don't quite have the race pace necessary, I think, to finish in the points. And because now, what's made things very hard now for the midfield teams, and I think you're going to see a lot more desperation in the midfield this year, is because now there's less spots open and realistically available for the midfield teams to finish in the points, because now you've got 4 front-running teams in the first 8 positions. So it's really just 9th and 10th that the whole of the midfield is fighting for. And if Haas continue with these tyre deg issues, I mean, maybe they'll prove me wrong today. I really hope they do, by the way. Then scoring points this season for them is going to be really hard unless they magically in the second half of the season can start, qualifying higher than 9th on the grid. But yeah, they've got a good car in qualifying trim, but race trim, I still don't think they've got quite a good enough car, I'm afraid. But yeah, Hülkenberg, I think, finishes probably 12th or 13th. Magnussen probably near the very back of the field, unfortunately. Magnussen really, again, he needed to capitalise on Haas's good quali pace, but he couldn't do that, sadly. And for the final two teams, we've got AlphaTauri and Williams. AlphaTauri, pretty shit, I've got to say. The driver lineup doesn't help either because they haven't got a consistently quick F1, like clearly good for F1 driver in their team. At least, you know, people may criticize Gasly, but Gasly was that guy for them who was consistently quick and would still, you know, get some good results for them, at least in qualifying. But they don't have that anymore. They have two drivers who need to prove whether they're even good enough to stay in the sport. And that's why they ended up 14th and 19th. I don't think they've got maybe as bad of a car as as we've seen. I think, you know, if you put a Gasly back into the AlphaTauri team or an Alex Albon even into this team, I think there's more to be got out of that AlphaTauri car than what we've seen, you know, so far this weekend. And unfortunately, it's going to be an issue, really, that plagues the AlphaTauri team this season, where, you know, even if they do have a competitive-ish car, they won't necessarily have the driver lineup to capitalise on that. But in view to the race today, yeah, I think they'll be quicker overall than Haas. Williams is probably the team they're going to be racing the most today because that's right around where they are on the grid and on pace. Looks as though, yeah, they're going to be fighting probably more realistically with the Williams team. Maybe Haas of Magnussen and Piastri and the McLaren as well. But yeah, it's not looking great for them. And I would not be surprised if AlphaTauri had, you know, a pretty poor season, just like they did last year. And finally, we'll go on to the Williams team. This team, in qualifying, were a lot better than I expected them to be. I still think overall they've got the worst car on the grid. I think, you know, Magnussen, Gasly, Piastri, De Vries, I don't think all of those drivers necessarily got the best out of their cars yesterday. But yeah, they did, you know, good job. 15th and 16th on the grid. That's a good result for them. What I'm interested to see is, can Albon replicate his race pace from Friday? Because again, as I showed on the screen, he was the best midfield car in Friday's long runs by quite a decent margin over, say, McLaren Alpine and obviously Alfa Romeo, Haas and AlphaTauri. So yeah, they're a team to look out for. And of course, Albon, as you saw in the speed trap data earlier, he's got very good straight line speed. So if he does get DRS from the back of another car, watch out for Albon. I'm sure overtakes will be possible for him and for the Williams team. And also look out for Logan Sargent, because he was a bit unlucky with what happened yesterday. Because obviously he was only knocked out of Q1 because Lando did his lap before Logan did his one, and obviously ended up both with the same lap time. And Logan, with Alex, you know, failing to set a time in Q2 and Tsunoda doing a bad time in Q2, Logan could have ended up 13th on the grid if it wasn't for that. So yeah, watch out for Logan Sargent. He has had a pretty good weekend so far, and I think hasn't been quite talked about enough from people. So yeah, look out for Logan. But yeah, Williams, we'll watch out for them, see if they've got the type of pace they showed on Friday. But realistically, I don't expect them to have quite that pace. But yeah, they're going to have a right old ding-dong, I guess you could say, with AlphaTauri, Haas to a certain degree, the Piastri in the McLaren. I'd be surprised if they're fighting the Alfa Romeos, but we'll see what happens. And those guys are all of the teams. And we've got, 40 minutes to go until the Bahrain Grand Prix gets underway. And yeah, darkness is pretty much almost descended in Bahrain. And yeah, cannot wait to get this race finally underway so we can know obviously what's going to happen in this race, but also know what the pace is like from these teams in race conditions in 2023, because obviously gives us then a great idea going forward for how the season might just go. Yeah, let me come to your comments in the chat whilst we've got a bit of a lull now, because I've gone through really from my side everything I wanted to talk about. Also, obviously Niblo I'll bring on probably in about the next 10 minutes or so. I need to make sure as well to repost the stream out in in a couple places. So I will make sure to do that probably in about 10 minutes time. But let me come to your comments in the live chat. Let me find some good ones if I can. Turbo says, I think the new McLaren wind tunnel is supposed to be done late this year or early next year, so maybe 2025. They will improve. Why have they been using Toyota wind tunnel in Cologne for so long? I will never understand. The reason is because, well, it used to work for them, so why change? And obviously, I mean, they should have, once they dropped properly into the midfield with, during the McLaren Honda days, they should have decided at that point to build, especially when the economy in the UK was a lot better, say 2015 time. They should have decided to build a new wind tunnel about then, because then obviously it would have already been online for a few years and McLaren could be in a much different position. But yeah, I think that's the reason they kept using it, was because, well, they used it when they were successful or a front-running team, and they didn't feel like they needed a new wind tunnel. But it is good, I have to say, despite McLaren's problems, and how far off they are from becoming a front-running team, which they seemed pretty close to becoming just 2 years ago. A new wind tunnel is a very good thing. That will definitely help them. It's just, despite having a new wind tunnel, which, I mean, like you've said, probably won't help them until, say, the second half of 2024, and properly for 2025, which is the last year really of of these cars and these regulations. Will they still be able to produce a car that is properly good enough for them? We'll have to see. But I also think there's bigger issues than that. I think there's, in terms of the way the team is structured, I don't think they've got the right people in place. I think Andreas Seidel, losing him was a big loss for them. And really, I think Andreas Seidel should have been in Zak Brown's position, where he had full control over basically everything. The Ron Dennis role. I think that's what Andreas deserved. I mean, Zak Brown, yeah, he's a motorsport man to a certain extent, but he's not a proper racing guy like Andreas Seidel is. And I just think him being in the position he is in and having the power he has and making the decisions he makes is a problem. I think he needs to be a bit more... If he's going to be in that role, at least, I think Zak Brown needs to take the back seat and just be the money man, really, for McLaren, where, he's securing the sponsors and helping McLaren from a financial, obviously with the board that McLaren have, where you've got the Bahrain investors and Bahrain group as well, helping the team financially, and let the proper racing people run the racing part of McLaren rather than having Zak Brown run everything, because I don't think Zak Brown is a proper, again, racing guy. Mickey says, should get a safety car at some point today, could mix things up. Yeah, safety car we had last year. after Gasly's car caught on fire. 2021, we had a safety car. Obviously, 2020, we had a red flag because of Grosjean's monster crash. I still don't know how he survived that. I was seeing a couple of replays of that in the last few days, obviously, because we're coming to that Grand Prix, and people like to show highlights or lowlights of things that have happened in the past. And yeah, I still don't get how Grosjean actually is still alive. Doesn't make any sense to me. I think the last Bahrain Grand Prix without a safety car was 2018. Yeah, I think 2018, the race, we had a virtual safety car, but I don't think we had a proper full safety car. Yeah, the Bahrain Grand Prix of the last few years have been pretty mental. Right, let me find some other comments here if I can. I want Hulkenberg in the points today, says Mr. President. Mickey says, I think Hulk will get points. Astra Stevo says, give it at least a few races to sort out where teams and drivers really are relative to each other this season. Not really shaken out until at least 3 races, in my view. I'd say, to be honest, and I will, by the way, Nib, if you are listening, I will bring you one in probably just 2 or 3 minutes' time, because I'm just going to post the link of the stream out a couple times. Yeah, I agree. But I think because of the circuits we've got starting the calendar, I think it's going to take a bit longer than that. Because this Grand Prix, again, it's really a power track. The next track, the Jeddah circuit in Saudi Arabia, again, power track. And Melbourne, I think because of the amount of DRS zones and, high-speed sections, you'd probably have to say power track to a certain extent as well. We're not going to get to a proper aero-heavy circuit until, Miami probably? Imola? Yeah, it's going to take a while to really get to a circuit where we find out in all types of circuit layouts how all the teams compare to one another. And I think the pecking order isn't going to change very much at all in qualifying and race trim in the next 2 races, because again, the next track on the calendar is quite similar to this circuit in terms of how high speed it is. But yeah, I'll bring Nib on in a couple minutes from now. Let me just post a link of the stream out a couple times. Just want to say quickly, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because I will be doing qualifying, we will be doing qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2023, so don't forget to subscribe for that content and hit the notifications bell so you can keep up to date with the content. And for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash that like button. Let's try and get up to, say, 75, 80 likes by the time the race starts in about 30 minutes' time. Yeah, let's try and get the likes up if we can. Yeah, let me just post this link out on my homepage and then Twitter. Come join us here to watch along the first race, Bahrain GP, and just quickly get it out on Twitter. But looking currently at the broadcast, you've got your cars currently on their way to the grid. And the pit lane, I think, closes in the next minute or so. Obviously, you have to be out of the pit lane by, the 30-minute mark to go before the race. So come join us here to watch along the Bahrain GP. Just do that. And then get that posted. Right. So that's all done, and hopefully we get some more people coming to the stream very, very soon. But I think now I'll try and bring on my co-commentator, normally for these race watch-alongs, which is, of course, Niblo. And let me now try and bring him on and see if it all works. So, right, are you there, mate? Right. Hold on. I need to, because for some reason you haven't come through on OBS. I think you might be on the. Hold on. Right, speak again.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you were just on the wrong speaker setting. Anyway, yeah, good to hear from you, mate. How are you?
Won't lie, getting a bit tired, but I'm sure that once we get underway, I will be good to go.
Yeah, I know it's obviously not a good time for you, but yeah, thank God we're at the first race of the season, and it should be a pretty exciting first race of the season. Before we get into the season, though, I just want to ask you, before we get into the Bahrain Grand Prix stuff, I just want to ask you about, going into this season, what your thoughts are, mainly about the top four teams. Yeah, based on what you've seen so far, how do you think this season is going to go in terms of obviously the championship and just how things will play out with, Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, Aston Martin?
Well, to start this season, I think Red Bull are going to be pretty dominant. I mean, they've just got the best car at the moment with the best driver on the grid, so I mean, it's a pretty unbeatable combination. But I think as we get longer into this season, I sort of expect Ferrari to get closer and to start winning some more races. I think in the early stages of the European season, when we're at more high downforce tracks, that Aston Martin will be really, really good, because this isn't really a track which suits the Aston Martin all that well, as we were discussing
Yeah.
a little bit yesterday. And yeah, with Mercedes, I mean, we'll have to see when their upgrades come to Imola. But yeah, I mean, Mercedes won't be doing anything before Imola. I think they can fight with Ferrari today, but that's just because of Ferrari's terrible tyre wear. But yeah, certainly expect Red Bull to be pretty dominant early in the season, but I think Ferrari will close that gap as the season progresses.
Do you think Max in the championship, do you think he's going to build like too big of a gap to be caught?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think the second half of the season will get a bit more unpredictability. I think Mercedes certainly will come alive a bit more in the second half of the year. But yeah, I think, and as you say, with Aston Martin, I mean, this track doesn't suit them completely. I think the same with Red Bull. I think their strongest point is their aero. So I think once we get to, like Miami, Imola, Monaco, Spain time, I think Red Bull and Aston Martin should be really the two best teams in that period of the season. Red Bull should really start to run away with things about that part of the year. But yeah, towards the end of the season, should definitely spice up a bit. For this Grand Prix, obviously we've got, what do you call it? Red Bull front row, Ferrari second row, Alonso fifth, Mercedes sixth and seventh. How do you think things are going to go today?
I feel like this is a pretty popular prediction, to be honest, but yeah, I'd expect Verstappen to win the Grand Prix. The only difficulty, of course, is if he gets a start like he did at the end of FP2 on Friday, where he did not go anywhere whatsoever. Or was it FP3? I can't remember. There was a practice start where he basically stalled. So yeah, I think that Max will win, then Checo Perez in second, and then Fernando Alonso in third, because yeah, the Ferraris you'd expect to struggle with tyre wear, and the Aston Martin have been good on race pace all the way through testing here and on Friday as well. So yeah, I expect Fernando to come home and wrap up the podium.
And I know, obviously, I've obviously seen your messages and that you're really excited about, Alonso and Aston Martin. What do you think they're capable of this season? Like, do you think? I mean, winning a race, I think, is definitely possible for them. But like, how many wins do you think he could get this year? Do you think it just be the one, or do you think he could get like maybe 2, 3, or even more than that?
I reckon three at the most. I think
Yeah.
that one is certainly possible. I think when we go to Barcelona, I think that's a big chance for Fernando. Um, along with Monaco, because they're really, really good on the brakes. So the more tight and twisty it is, certainly the better it will be for Aston Martin. I mean, if you look at any of the telemetry, you see that the best performing car in the corners or in any heavy braking zone is the Aston Martin. So
Mm.
yeah, Alonso has certainly a car that is very capable of winning these high downforce Grand Prix.
Yeah, and of course, Spanish Grand Prix is a race I cannot wait for that weekend, obviously, with the track layout changes, but also see how Alonso does, because he has produced so much brilliance at that track. And also, yeah, Monaco should be pretty fun to see what he
Well,
does there.
his last Grand Prix win is the Spanish
Yeah,
Grand Prix, of course.
yeah. One of his best wins as well. That win that
And
weekend was, yeah, absolutely
yeah, and
amazing.
10 bloody years ago now.
Yeah, it's, yeah, about how many months? 2 months and a week, I think, or something like that, until it's a 10-year anniversary. So hopefully he maybe can break it before then, but the 10-year, wait. But yeah, I think he gets definitely a win this season. I think people need to remember as well, Aston Martin, they've got quite a bit more wind tunnel access this season than the other teams. I think I had a look at it before the first race this weekend. I think they've got 120 more runs in the wind tunnel this season than Red Bull will have. So that will really help them if they can develop well. So yeah, I don't think Aston Martin will just be a force for the first half of the season. I think they're going to be really all the way there until the end of the season in Abu Dhabi, of course, at the end of November. And quickly, with just over 20 minutes to go, with the midfield, looks really close. Obviously, you've got Alpine and Haas at the front, with Alfa Romeo and McLaren not too far behind. What are your overall thoughts at the midfield, I guess, for the season?
McLaren are arse.
Yeah.
There you go. I mean, I think that McLaren will eventually come into it as the season progresses. I still expect McLaren to probably finish sixth in the championship, just because they do have Norris. An okay enough start by Oscar. Nothing special. I mean, I think people might forget that he didn't do any racing last year,
Yeah.
which was a bit ridiculous in of itself. Um, but yeah, Norris was a good performance by Norris. I expected Alpine to be a little bit quicker, but I mean, Ocon seemed pretty happy with how yesterday went, so a little bit unsure with Alpine, to be honest, but I expect Alpine to be probably quite strong. But I mean, the real surprise sort of been Haas. I mean, they looked pretty good in testing, but I don't think anyone expected Hulkenberg to be doing those sort of laps, and Magnussen have said that it was basically mistakes that cost them,
All right.
that cost himself a good quali yesterday, especially with how tight the field is. Um, AlphaTauri, they have one good driver, and yeah, it's going to be difficult for them. Sorry, that is all of De Vries slander. I mean, I was not a big fan of the De Vries selection, but I mean, he did enough, I suppose, to get the seat with his performance at Monza. So I don't think you can really blame AlphaTauri for putting him in the car. But yeah, I mean, it was a decent enough performance by Yuki. I mean, Albon, great as usual. Albon does really do a good job getting the most out of the Williams car at times. And I mean, I'm quite impressed by Logan Sargent. Not a huge surprise to anyone that sort of watched F2, even a little bit. That Logan Sargent was more than good enough and deserved to be on the grid this year. But yeah, I think the midfield is going to be so close. I mean, if qualifying was anything to go by, the midfield's going to be pretty close this year.
Yeah, it should be. I think it was Gunter Steiner who said it. I think after testing that the midfield is definitely quite a bit closer this year, because last season it was really Alpine, McLaren, two best midfield teams, and then after that, occasionally Aston Martin would, get a point or two. And then AlphaTauri, Alfa Romeo in the second half of the season especially just never really got close to a points finish. And obviously Williams, it was like once in every like 7 or 8 races they would nick a point. And Haas, obviously, after they start the season well, just completely dropped off because they couldn't develop their car really. So yeah, this season in the midfield, it should be pretty fun and a lot more competitive and maybe more surprising in that midfield scrap. I wanted to ask quickly as well with because I know you had a bit to say about Gasly in the chat. What did you think of his performance?
I mean, it's the Pierre Gasly we saw last season. He wasn't all that great, was he, last season? I mean, Tsunoda was very good against him, I thought, in the second half of the season. He was very close to Gasly, and for a driver that's supposedly so terrible in Yuki Tsunoda. Yeah, I thought Gasly was quite poor last year, and he sort of started off poor again. I mean, didn't certainly help himself with also exceeding track limits and getting his lap time deleted. So it's going to be a difficult mission for Gasly. And that's quite nice of Medlin. He just let Brundle get his stinger, and then he went back to speaking to Toto. But yeah, Gasly, not all that, and Ocon really pulled his pants down yesterday. And I expect that to be a trend throughout most of the season, to be honest, because Ocon did a pretty good job against Alonso last season, especially in qualifying. I mean, not strongest suit of Fernando qualifying, but even in the races, I thought Ocon did a pretty good job. So, yeah, I expect Ocon to certainly be beating Gasly this season.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised that obviously Gasly ended up knocked out in Q1. I thought it would be pretty close between the two in qualifying. And I still think for this year it will be really close in qualifying. But yeah, in the races, I think Ocon is definitely superior to Gasly. And Ocon, do pretty well today, as there's Jezza on the grid. Has he been on the grid before? If he has, it's not been for a while.
Yeah, I've not seen Clarkson on the grid in a long time.
Yeah, that is. It feels weird seeing him on a grid in 2023. I think I might have seen him once, like, I don't know, like maybe 10, 15 years ago, maybe he was on a grid. But yeah, it feels weird seeing him.
It reminds me that I've got to watch Clarkson's Farm.
Yeah, same. I haven't watched it yet. I really need to watch it. I've heard good things about it. I watched the first season. I thought it was so good. The first season.
It was quality.
Yeah. When I watched it originally, I was like, I'm not sure about this. I think this is more. I was thinking going in like maybe this is just Amazon Prime, just trying to get Clarkson to do like silly stuff. But actually turned out to be really, really good, and actually raised my interest in farming. Yeah, it was good. As Brundle there getting a word in with Horner, who was having a word with DC, as I think they're about to do the national anthems in a moment. So what your top 5 is? What? Max, Perez, Alonso, and then did you do a 4th and a 5th, or?
No, I didn't, because I hate it for the most part. But then I think I'd go Leclerc and then Hamilton.
Yeah. I think that's my top 5 as well. It should be if they're in a safety car pretty close towards the end between Ferrari and Mercedes, like you said, purely because Ferrari's tyre wear. If Ferrari had good tyre management, they would be, and Aston Martin, all three of them would just speed really quite dramatically away, I think, from Mercedes, who've got quite a bit of issues with their car. And yeah, I think on the Sky F1 broadcast, they were showing quotes from Toto Wolff from yesterday to the media where he said, yeah, got to go with a new car concept. They, tried to make this one work, but it's clearly just not the right idea. And yeah, we'll see what they bring in, I guess, a couple months from now. I've heard some people say maybe Baku they could bring it, but I think most likely it's going to be Imola, because obviously Baku is quite, in terms of obviously miles, quite far away still from where Mercedes is based. So yeah, Mercedes' season really doesn't start to the middle of May, which is really disappointing because it's the same really as last season, where it was like the first 5-6 races they were basically like a midfield team, and then they brought a big upgrade, I think, to Spain, and then they started to claw away at the front teams. But yeah, so disappointing because I really hoped Mercedes would be back on it. And the reason, and I think Toto admitted it in his interviews yesterday, is because they kept with this car concept, and I don't get why they did. It was clearly fundamentally the reason why they were slower than Red Bull and Ferrari last season, and I don't get why they decided to just continue with a failed concept when if they had decided in like September of last year to, I guess, copy the Red Bull or do a Red Bull like side pod, they obviously would have had a lot more time before the first Grand Prix of this season to get it right, and would be in a much better position probably now than they're in. So yeah, just simply not good enough from them. I don't know why they wasted months where they could have developed a better concept to continue with something that, it's not going to win the championships at all. It's just not. As Lando Norris being interviewed, good to see Rosberg back in it on the coverage properly, not broadcasting from his basement in Monaco.
Yep, that was one of my comments. Good to see Novak's Rosberg is back from his bedroom.
Is it because he's been vaccinated, or is it because they've dropped the mandate?
No, because they dropped the rules.
Oh, good, right. Because I was a bit worried last year that we'd only get his contributions from Monaco from now on for like another few years, which would be really sad. Because he is, I got to say, really good at his media role.
He's no Jensen Button though.
No, he's definitely not Jensen. But Jensen, we knew when he was still in F1 he was going to be a natural at commentary and all of that stuff. It's also good, I guess, whilst talking about Sky F1 coverage, to see no Di Resta, thankfully.
Oh, okay, it's the first bleep. Thank fuck for that.
Yeah.
Because seriously, Di Resta was so poor.
He was.
Yeah.
He said so much stuff where I was like, what? Like, stuff that didn't make sense, stuff that was just clearly wrong. And also, as a commentator, he was like, he had the, like, as a, in commentary, there's obviously the commentator's curse. He has like the worst commentator's curse ever. Because I think, he did like a couple Baku Grand Prix, and he cursed, I think, Bottas and Verstappen. I think with Bottas, he was like, oh, Bottas has won this race, and then his tyre blew out. And then with Max, same thing happened. He was like, oh yeah, Max has got this one. And then obviously his tyre blew out for different reasons. But yeah, thank God he's gone. What are your thoughts about Johnny Herbert? I'm pleased that he's gone because I just think he was just really there for comedy more than his actual contributions. Yeah, what do you feel about him not being on the Sky F1 team?
Well, yeah, you summed up my thoughts exactly. He was there for comedy relief, and yeah, I don't think we really needed Johnny there, to be honest.
Yeah, I think he was good for the first like 2, 3, maybe 4 years, but I think the last few years especially, he was just comedy relief. Um, I got to say, I am a bit disappointed they've got Damon Hill still because I don't like Damon really as a pundit. I mean, his opinions aren't and just takes on things aren't great. But yeah, they've still got a great team. Obviously Brundle, Rosberg, Button, was it Naomi Schiff? I think it is. He's still, good contributor as well. And Sky F1 team still good. All cars on the grid, and we're just under 10 minutes away. So what I think I'm going to do quickly before we get into the race is I am going to look at the results of the poll in the chat. So let me just quickly end it. And there's been 161 votes. So thank you guys so much for voting. And the question, of course, was who do you think will win the Bahrain Grand Prix? Max Verstappen won the vote with 64%. Leclerc finished up in second, surprisingly, ahead of Alonso with 16%. And then Perez, obviously, in fourth with 6% of the vote. I was saying in the build-up, I'm not sure if you were listening at that point, but with Perez, obviously with the way things ended last season, if he gets a sniff into turn one, do you think he's going to go for it, make a dive bomb on Max, or do you think he's going to just play his role?
Well, I mean, his comments on Friday did not certainly look like he was going to be playing any sort of role. And I mean, he shouldn't at this stage of the season, that's for sure. But I mean, I certainly hope he has a crack at Max at every possible opportunity as a Australian, with an Australian who's there waiting for any nonsense at Red Bull. So, yes, I'd like Perez to have some many cracks at Max.
Yeah. Well, if like Max is leading a race and Checo takes him out, then I think pretty quickly Ricciardo will be in that other Red Bull. Because obviously it is the Max Verstappen team. Everything is built around him. But we've only got a few minutes to go until the race begins. Everybody should be starting on soft tyres. I'd be very surprised if anyone doesn't start on soft tyres. Because again, the soft tyres are, I mean, just initially, they are so much quicker than the other compounds, at least for the first, 4 or 5 laps. Yeah, everyone should be on soft tyres, maybe except for a couple that are just trying to do an alternative strategy. But I think top 10, definitely soft tyres. And then maybe Piastri will go for a hard tyre. Maybe Gasly as well. I know McLaren last year started on the, I think, medium, which, did not work out at all. Because I think
it was terrible.
They ended up losing about 3 or 4 seconds a lap to the leaders. And were only saved, really, by the safety car. Because I think they were going to end up but with both cars in last place. They were so horrendous with that tyre choice. I'm pretty sure the soft compound tyres with a tyre that people start on, as in a moment they'll start playing the F1 intro. What do you think? Do you think we'll get a exciting race today, or do you think it won't be quite what we've seen in the last couple of years?
Yeah, it's Bahrain. I mean, if Bahrain is bad, then
it's not a good
I'd be
omen.
very surprised. Yeah, exactly. The Bahrain's always been good once it's been under lights in this sort of V6 turbo hybrid era. It's always been a banger. From 2014, we've pretty much only had good races here. So, I'm looking forward to this race, that's for sure. And I mean, the strategy really is going to be the key element to how this race goes, especially in the midfield. I think race pace won't be the deciding factor really further back. It will be certainly which team gets the strategy right, which is, of course, I suppose, always the case. But race pace, I think, less of a factor in this Grand Prix than what it perhaps will be at other races this season.
Yeah. I mean, I think you are right because I mean, there's going to be other races this year where you do, a lot longer stints. And one thing we have seen here, I mean, you can go longer than other teams, but if you go too long, you end up just giving up too much lap time. And yeah, I mean, yeah, you could maybe reclaim that with fresher tires, but it's not, going longer into a race normally is a good thing if it's hard to overtake at that particular track. But if it's, not really a bad thing doing an earlier or extra pit stop because of how much easier it is to overtake, like it is at this circuit, then yeah, you don't want to be going super long into the Grand Prix, and that's why strategy will be important. And I think in the midfield, it's going to be more about who pits first, who gains the most, because obviously the undercut here is absolutely monumental. Yeah, you can gain like a second and a half, 2 seconds just on your first lap out of the pits on another car in the, sectors. As the F1 intro is now playing, and I think I'll now get into, guys, the starting grid for this Bahrain Grand Prix. So let me just hide that timer and get into it now. So on the front row of the grid, it is the 2 Red Bulls of Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez. 2 Ferraris on the second row, Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz. Of course, they had a 1-2 here last year. It's going to be very hard to do that this year. On the third row, Fernando Alonso and George Russell, with Lewis Hamilton and the second Aston Martin of Lance Stroll on the fourth row. Completing the top 10, Esteban Ocon and Nico Hulkenberg, with Lando Norris and Valtteri Bottas just outside the top 10 on the sixth row. And then you've got Zhou and Tsunoda, 13th and 14th. 2 Williamses, 15th and 16th. Magnussen and Piastri in 17th and 18th. I'm definitely expecting progression from those two to maybe not a massive extent, but still progression. And then on the back row of the grid, Nick de Vries and the former AlphaTauri driver Pierre Gasly in the Alpine, who is starting from last. And let's now get into this watch along. Of course, the formation lap has not begun yet. Begins in, 2.5 minutes probably from now. Of course, the order on the left-hand side of your screen, that is the starting grid. Once we get enough laps into the Grand Prix, I will display the tyres and who is on what compounds, but you'll need to give me, 2 or 3 laps till we get to that point. By the way, thank you, Turbo GSR, for that super chat, who says, there's a couple super chats there. One says, all we need is Paul di Resta. Paulie Five Fingers is the pinnacle of class and professionalism. And the other one says Ferrari will to elite strat early switch from new softs to scrubbed inters due to the history of torrential downpours in Bahrain. Yeah, we'll see what Ferrari are going to cook up for us on the strat today. What?
Don't even joke. Don't even joke about Ferrari and strategy. Come on. let's not start yet.
Well, it will happen. That's all I know. It will happen. We just need to wait for it to happen in the 57 laps. Yeah, formation lap underway in the next or just over a minute or so. Thank you for the super chats there, by the way. What was I going to say? Yeah, quickly, if we can try by, midway through the race, try and get to, say, 100 likes or so. That'd be great. So if you haven't smashed the like button, of course, make sure to do so. They're just going through the starting grid now. I wanted to ask you quickly, I forgot to ask you this, actually, with Aston Martin. Are you a bit surprised that Stroll was in the car, or do you think he's done pretty well considering his wrist injury?
No, Stroll's been fine. I mean, F1 Twitter was going into a frenzy after Friday, weren't they, about Stroll? But no, I mean, he certainly looked a lot better yesterday, that's for sure, didn't he? He was actually using his wrist a lot more.
Yeah.
And he said he's getting a lot more comfortable lap after lap. So, yeah, and I mean, I think with him having done no testing, he's done a very good job.
Yeah, I mean, if, let's say, he had a perfect pre-season, I think he probably would have ended up in 8th anyway, because people forget, Russell was like, what, 4 thousandths behind Alonso, and Hamilton was only like a couple hundredths behind Russell, so even if, maybe he would have been a 10th or 2 quicker, but he still would have been 8th, so I think he's done pretty well this weekend, and he's been, on average, about half a second slower than Fernando during the weekend, which, I mean, I don't think we have any evidence to suggest he would be any closer. Let's remember Lance not, at his strongest with qualifying pace. We'll see what he can do today.
Yes.
As all the tyre blankets come off and formation lap should be underway in a few seconds. Yeah, the Red Bulls on the soft tyres. Will Leclerc start on his fresh set that he's got, do you think? Or is he going to save that for the second stint? Probably he's going to start in it, I'd guess.
Probably start on it, yeah.
So formation lap now begins. And yeah, by the looks of it, most, if not everyone, is on the soft compound tyre. As the Aston Martin's Mercedes pretty slow away. But yeah, Red Bulls and Ferraris already getting on with it. And yeah, I'll try and do the tyres quickly. And get those, obviously, correct for when I display it. Yeah, 57 lap Grand Prix. If there isn't a safety car, should be a pretty quick Grand Prix. Say an hour and 40 minutes or so. Safety cars, though, have happened quite a bit in the last few years. And obviously, with how mental the races have been here in the last few years. And yeah, everyone is on the soft tyre except for Kevin Magnussen. He's on the hard. Maybe Haas trying to compensate with Magnussen for any tyre issues they may have. Yeah, the races here in the last few years have been pretty mental. So that's what's caused, I think, a lot of safety cars in the past. As the 2 Red Bulls are now coming up to turn 11 on this formation lap. And yeah, we should get the race started probably in just over a minute from now. And the top 7 cars coming through turn 11. And yeah, Magnussen is going to have absolutely no grip on that first lap. I would not be surprised if he was in 20th by turn 3, as long as he doesn't do a Mazepin and spin on the exit turn 3 on those cold, hard tyres. But yeah, let's hope he has a good-ish start. As here's a replay of Stroll locking up on his inside front into turn 10.
Yeah, you missed that, and he went off as well on the exit.
Yeah. Got to assume, at least I hope, that it's just cold tyres which have caused that. As, yep, front half of the field now pretty much is on the pit straight. And the Red Bulls slowly but surely lining themselves up. There's the new team boss, Frederick Vasseur. Can he guide Ferrari to a better season this year than what they had last year? There's Toto Wolff hoping for some sort of good result after what's been a not so great start to their season. As the cars continue to line up. And here comes the final car of Pierre Gasly. And this man, who is, they're showing on board, Alonso, he is the man to look out for at the start. He is easily the best starter in Formula 1. As all the cars now line up. Well, you know, when it's Bahrain, it's time to start a new Formula 1 season. As the lights come on, it's 3, 4, 5 lights in Bahrain. And we are racing in 2023, and Perez has got a horrible start. And the 2 Ferraris are swarming all over the back. Now Perez cuts one of them off. But Leclerc there, I think it is going right round the outside, and he gets ahead as Stroll passes, I think, Hamilton for 7th place. And Verstappen leads from, I think, Leclerc, and then Perez. Sainz trying to go round the outside. Alonso has been overtaken. So Alonso is 6th. Green flag as Hamilton, I think that is, down the inside of Stroll at turn 6. And Stroll, actually, all over the back of the Mercedes. But, yeah, we are underway now. Surprising poor start for Fernando Alonso, who is... He's even further back, I think. Where is Alonso?
Yeah, there was contact between the Astons at the exit of turn 6, Chaz. Oh, sorry, turn 4.
Oh, right. So Alonso... Is Alonso ahead of Stroll? I think he is. As well, we'll find out in a moment. But it is Verstappen leading, I think, from Leclerc 2nd. And then Perez in 3rd. And yeah, once it all, settles down, obviously I will get the order correct on the screen.
Good start for Piastri.
Yeah, good start, up a couple positions. Hulkenberg's had a horrific start. Yellow flag in sector 2. Don't know what...
There was some debris that flew off on the back straight.
Yeah, as the car sparking incredibly at the front there. As George Russell very close to Lewis Hamilton. Piastri there side by side with Zhou. He's just lost a position. No, he hasn't, Piastri. I thought he was up to 15th. No, he's just protecting his position over Zhou. He's also had a horrible start. Yep, lap 2. And let me just quickly get the order correct. So you've got Verstappen in the lead. And here is... I didn't quite see that replay. What did that replay show just then?
This is Stroll nearly taking out Alonso.
Yeah.
Yeah, he fully walloped the rear tyre of Alonso. I don't know how he doesn't have a puncture.
Yeah, that is not good for Aston Martin. Poor start, 7th and 9th for them. And they've given Mercedes, at least, the initiative. Bottas looked like he was all over the back of Alonso there. Maybe Alonso is maybe having a slow puncture. Look at the gap that Max Verstappen is building to Leclerc. And yeah, Alonso, he's over a second behind Russell by the looks of it. And he's got Bottas a lot closer to him than he would ideally want. And in 10th place currently is Lando Norris, as we are on lap 3 out of 57. And yeah, Max Verstappen 1.6, now 1.8 seconds clear. What a start he has had after 2 full laps. Is everything now settling down? And you think Alonso might have some damage because he's very slow right now?
I don't know. Most of the contacts look to be literally on the tyre. So, if there is, it'll be just some damage on the right-hand side of the diffuser.
Yeah, and here's a replay of the start. I'll let you take us through it.
Yeah, as we are, because I'm a little bit behind you, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah.
So let's get to it now. And as you called, Perez had a absolute stinker. He come across to try and cover off Leclerc, and yeah, Perez probably did a pretty good job to not get done by Sainz as well. And then as they ran up towards turn 4, you can see the Mercedes and the Astons fighting their respective battles. Now Alonso's trying to come back underneath Hamilton there, and Stroll just wallops Alonso. Very lucky that Alonso didn't also then fly into the Mercedes in front of him. It's funny, it looks like on board with Perez, it looked like he didn't even have that bad of a start, but the Ferraris just had a really, really good launch. And yeah, I think Perez has probably done a pretty good job to still be to only lose the one spot.
Just seen a replay there of Stroll's on board. He hit Alonso so hard, Stroll had to almost reset himself after he hit him. Alonso is very lucky he didn't just spin straight off the track and fall down to the back. There is some debris. Don't know if it's been cleared up or not. But we are on lap 4 now, and look how far clear Verstappen is. He's pulled a second again on Leclerc. He's now almost 3 seconds clear of the Ferrari. Let me just try, if I can, and get the order correct. So the top 10 is Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, Sainz, Hamilton, Russell, Alonso, Bottas, Stroll. Norris has lost 2 positions, and Ocon is back into the top 10. And Alex Albon is now 11th for Williams. What a start by him. And then you got Norris in 12th, Sargent 13th. Williams looking really good here. And then you got Tsunoda 14th. Hulkenberg's already in 15th. What a bad start for him. And then Piastri is 16th with Zhou 17th, Gasly 18th, De Vries 19th, Magnussen 20th. Everyone on the soft tyre except for Magnussen. I will update tyre stuff in a few moments' time as we are on lap 5 out of 57, and Max Verstappen, well, at this pace, if he continues it, oh, Leclerc, big lock up into turn 1. I'd like to see what Leclerc's doing now, as here's Stroll diving down the inside of Valtteri Bottas into turn 1. By the way, McLaren went deep in the background of Norris, I think it was. Sorry if you can hear a plane or a helicopter in the background. Sounds like the end of the world at the minute. It's just flying over. Stroll is up to 8th place now, and Norris looks as though he's having an awful time back further in the field. Norris, he's got Logan Sargent only half a second behind him, and Norris has already fallen over a second behind Albon. As Tsunoda is literally, I think, side by side with Logan Sargent. And
Norris and Sargent were battling whilst you started to speak. They're all having a big squabble.
Yeah, as Leclerc there, big lock up, and definitely put Perez a lot closer to him now. And let me just quickly see if I can get the tyre data on your screen.
Verstappen might win this race by 30 seconds at this rate, Chaz.
Yeah, that Red Bull, and he especially, has got some serious pace out front. We're on lap 6 now, and he's already 4 seconds clear of Leclerc, as Sergio Perez is now within a second of Leclerc, and as they come into turn 1, Perez obviously not close enough to overtake, but I think those tyre woes are starting to begin at Ferrari, as lap 6 out of 57. Alonso is about 2 seconds behind Russell. I really hope that's not Aston Martin's pace. I hope that's maybe Alonso's got some damage or something. But Mercedes look quicker at the minute, and Russell is he's got DRS on the back of Lewis Hamilton. Let me try to see if I can show the tyres on screen. There you go. Might not be massive, the text there, but there you go. Everyone is on the soft compound tyre, except for Magnussen in 20th. And we're looking at this big battle going on outside the top 10 between Norris, Sargent, Tsunoda, Hulkenberg, Piastri, Zhou, Gasly, De Vries, and Magnussen lagging behind a bit, obviously, on his hard. As Norris looks as though he's settled down a bit now after a bit of a shaky start after being overtaken by Ocon and Albon. Looks as though he's starting to close the gap to Alex Albon in 11th, but obviously McLaren were not planning on racing Williams in 2023. And things, now settling down, and I think they'll pretty much settle down until The first round of pit stops as Perez still within a second of Leclerc, as Leclerc is now 4.8 seconds behind Verstappen. And yeah, by the time we get to the first round of pit stops, Max is going to be probably about 6-7 seconds at least clear of Leclerc. Sargent really having a good race, and I'd love to see Sargent have a good first race because I think people were haven't really talked about him too much. He's doing a great job for the Williams team. Carlos Sainz, compared to his teammate, really suffering in terms of pace. He's 3 seconds off Perez, and then a further 8 tenths off Leclerc. And Hamilton, don't think he's closing on Sainz, but he's not too far away from Carlos. I think Lewis is more so looking in his mirrors because George Russell is right on his tail. And here we go. I think this is it. Russell, yeah, just about within a second of Hamilton. Alonso now is starting to get on with it. He's now just 1.4 seconds behind Russell. He's closed the gap by about half a second. So noticing, saying, I think I have a tear off in my left side pod, which is not great, as Verstappen on lap 8 now, almost 5.5 seconds clear of Leclerc. And yeah, Verstappen, at this rate, has got the race bought and paid for. That's Alonso. And really, the 2 Aston Martins look as though they are slowly but surely starting to catch the 2 Mercedes cars. And yeah, everything has settled down for the minute. Norris is still under pressure from Logan Sargent and didn't have a great turn 1 there. Could Sargent have a go at Norris into turn 4? We know the McLaren's pretty slow down the straights. And he has a look, Logan, but no, just too far behind. Yeah, that McLaren of Norris. I think Norris is really doing great to be so close still to a point. That McLaren obviously not very good. Yeah, this rate, we're just waiting for the pit stops. I think because we're not going to get too much overtaken, as George Russell there went deep at turn 10 and exited the corner on the runoff. He hadn't lost a ton of time though to Hamilton. He's still about a second or so behind, but Alonso now should be almost within a second of him. Yeah, Alonso's getting a lot closer. Russell asks, is Lewis managing? And then didn't quite see what else. And then they responded, struggling. That's not good. Yeah, Alonso is starting to close the gap now. But
yeah,
Aston Martin definitely looked quicker than Mercedes here, Nib.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, George was a little bit closer maybe 2 laps ago. He was certainly well within DRS. But yeah, now Alonso now really starting to get up to the back of Russell as, yeah, George just a slight little lock up and he just let it go to make sure it wasn't a big one. And yeah, I mean, with the runoff there, it's certainly the smarter thing to do than have a big old lock up and then Alonso be really, really on your tail. But I expect Alonso to be really, really on the tail of George probably by the time that we have the pit stops.
Yeah, he should be, as here is Alonso. And yeah, he looks, I don't know if he is within a second, but he looks so close to being within a second. And is he? Oh, he's so close. Oh, now he is, but he doesn't have the DRS because he wasn't within a second into the activation point. But he did gain on the exit of turn 10 and through turn 10, really, a couple tenths of a second. So Alonso is now coming alive. And as well, don't count out Lance Stroll. Lance is only, 1.3 off Alonso. So Stroll, yeah, no issues with his wrist. He's all good. And the 2 Aston Martins definitely putting the 2 Mercedes under pressure. And if Aston Martin still have designs on a podium, they have got to get past these 2 Mercedes quickly. As Ferrari are quite a bit up the road, as Max now leading on lap 10 by 6 seconds, or just over 6 seconds. And Carlos Sainz really on his own in 4th place. Carlos about 5 seconds behind Perez, but 3 seconds clear of Hamilton as Pierre Gasly pits for Alpine. And he's going to go onto a set of hard tyres, which I'm surprised. Is it hard tyres? Yeah, I'm surprised they're pitting that early and going onto the hard tyres, to be honest. But there you go. As Gasly...
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that. I would have waited a few more laps. I don't think they need to pit that early. Maybe they've seen data from Magnussen to suggest the hard tyres are doing pretty well now. I'm not seeing anything from Magnussen which suggests that the hard tyres need to be, they need to be using them right now. But let me just update that Gasly now on the hard tyres. And Magnussen obviously on the hard tyres as well. And Max Verstappen is absolutely hammering the field. Lap 11 now, and he's 7 seconds clear of Leclerc. And Leclerc really is doing a great job because Perez is, not really putting him under pressure. Perez about 1.7 seconds behind. So Leclerc, there's no problem with him. It's just Max in that Red Bull that is so quick is on another level. As here is Alonso. Had a little look there into turn 1. And he's now going to set up for his classic, the switchback. And gets a good exit there off turn 3. And Russell's going to have to defend, I think, maybe into turn 4. And why on earth have you cut away from that? And good to see Piastri overtaken. I know you won't fucking complain. But why did we cut away from Alonso there? I do not get. As Norris and Tsunoda have pitted. And Tsunoda has actually jumped Norris in the pit stops. So, and Alonso, is all over the back of Russell here. And will he make...
Ted is... Sorry, just quickly. Ted's saying that McLaren and on Norris have got an engine issue to fill up the pneumatic gauge.
Oh, dear. As Alonso got a great exit from turn 11. And he pressured Russell there big time into turn 11. Can he get a good exit through 13? Not quite, but Alonso really, if Russell stays out another lap, Alonso has got to overtake because he's getting held up a lot now. Norris is now in last position and McLaren's race gets even worse. And Russell does stay out, but Alonso, he's not really close enough. As Mercedes were out for a pit stop, but both Mercedes obviously stayed out on the track. As we're on lap 12 now. And McLaren, they were still doing decently well with Norris in his position, but that is properly eliminated their chances at the minute of being in the top 10 as Russell looks like he's punishing his tyres quite a bit as we've got Bottas, Albon, Hülkenberg and De Vries in the pits. And I'll just wait for the pit stops quickly there to shake out before I update what the current order is and obviously what tyres people are on. As Hülkenberg now drops to the back and Alonso so much quicker than the Mercedes in the middle sector. But you can't do anything about him at the minute. And the Aston Martin not quick enough down the straights to overtake. As incident involving Ocon, inaccurate grid position. I wonder if he's lined up in the wrong grid position. That'd be a pretty bad mistake to make for a first race. As Alonso, so much more grip through turn 13. And with Russell 2 seconds behind Hamilton, I think they've probably got to pit Russell, or one of the Mercedes at least. As Alonso through the final corner. And Lewis is pitting. And that means, sadly, that Russell will now fall victim to Fernando Alonso as they come down the pit straight now. And Russell defends to the inside. And Alonso, will do his classic switchback. And he's probably the best driver of all time at these switchback maneuvers. And he does it so beautifully about 2 or 3 times. And he's up the inside into turn 4. And Alonso is past the Mercedes, is he? Russell's going to keep it going round the outside. Good racing for these two. But Alonso, does he keep the position? Yes, he does. And should now really pull away from the Mercedes that is struggling quite a lot on its tyres. So, Hamilton has pitted. So Alonso is now 5th with Russell 6th. Stroll 7th. Lewis Hamilton is in 9th place. Piastri is 8th, and that's because he hasn't pitted. And, hold on. There you go. Look at the order correct. Piastri up to 8th. With Hamilton in 9th. And here's a replay of Alonso overtaking Russell. Great manoeuvres, Nib, from an overtaking master.
Yep. I mean, as you called, just Alonso putting the cars in the perfect spot to try and force the move, because, I mean, as you can see, the Aston not the fastest in the straight line. It does have a lot of downforce, but Alonso and Russell very fair racing, and as some people for some reason think Alonso is not a racing terrorist, as we have Charles Leclerc in the pits.
Yeah, and Carlos Sainz as well. A double stack there as I think Sainz's pit stop went fine. Russell's pit stop wasn't good. 5 seconds stop. So Alonso now is up to 3rd with Stroll in 4th. And Aston Martin, given their tyre wear, looked really good there. Probably worth going a couple extra laps on this stint. As, so you've got now Verstappen, Perez, 1st and 2nd. Because Leclerc obviously has pitted.
Oh, McLaren are a shambles, Chaz. They're having to do a steering wheel change because he's lost the gearboxes, Piastri, apparently.
Oh, what an absolute fucking disaster that is. He was doing so well and he can't get it going, look. As Verstappen is Verstappen pits. I think Piastri's probably out of this race. What a shambles that team is. As Max Verstappen, I think, another set of soft tyres, which that is, I think, the best decision. I think the soft tyres were working pretty well there for Red Bull, and they should continue to pull away by a massive amount. And Alonso pits, and even if Alonso had stayed out, Max would have still come out ahead of him. That's how he was 27 seconds clear of Alonso after 14 laps. I know Alonso had a bad start, was held up, but that was such a good stint from Red Bull as Alonso goes onto the hard compound tyres. Sorry if the order is not quite correct. Obviously, I'm trying to get it correct if I can. So Perez is currently leading as Alonso there comes out ahead of Russell, which is great for Aston Martin. Obviously, Russell had a bad pit stop. Alonso did overtake him, but Russell pitted, I think, a lap earlier as Russell there just overtaking Magnussen, who also started on the hard tyre. So currently, it is Perez leading from Verstappen, and then Stroll in 3rd, and then Leclerc in 4th, Sainz 5th, Hamilton in 6th place. And Piastri, by the way, just to confirm, is out of the race. Bottas is 7th. And Bottas has he is legitimately in that position because he pitted so much earlier. And obviously has undercut his way past. So great job there for Alfa Romeo. As Ross... Go on.
Ocon's got a 5-second time penalty.
That normally comes with those type of things. I'm guessing that is what it is. Sergio Perez stays out, by the way, that he maybe lined up in the wrong grid position. Don't see how you can, though. But yeah, I guess that's what happened. We'll find out more, of course, after the race. As Lance Stroll comes into the pits for, I'm guessing, hard tyres. Not a great pit stop, but he's on his way.
Electronic issue for McLaren with Piastri.
Right. Yeah, not good at all. As George Russell now, fastest lap of the race, a 1:37.4. And he's all over the back of Alonso with DRS. He had a kind of a look at him into turn 1, but wasn't close enough. Aston Martin, I think, struggling a bit to fire its tyres up on these hard tyres. But Perez, on lap 16, is still out on track on the soft tyres. Hasn't pitted yet. But it is Perez, Verstappen, Leclerc, Sainz, Hamilton, and then Bottas is legitimately in 6th place because he pitted too early, with Alonso 7th, Russell 8th, Stroll 9th, as Ocon has just made that pit stop and is now at the bottom of the order. Out of F1, of course, who has pitted. Magnussen has pitted, so he's no longer in P10. Let me just put Piastri quickly down to the bottom. And Ocon as well. So your top 10 is correct. The tyres are not as of yet. I will make sure to correct them. As Perez is deciding to stay out there on the soft tyres. I don't know quite yet what the what lap times he's doing and whether they're good compared to the Ferraris. But clearly Red Bull feel as though they can go a bit longer and then get Ferrari back that way. As here is Alonso trying to overtake Bottas, who defends to the middle of the track. And Alonso going to try the same trick again, probably, of the almighty switchback. And it's pretty much worked for him. Bottas defends very early on the run to turn 4. But Alonso always gets the move done. And yeah, Alonso up to 6th. And Russell should be past Bottas soon. But yeah, the top 10 is correct. And then you've got Tsunoda in 11th. Good race from him so far. Gasly is now 12th. Well, that decision to pit onto the hard tyre is a good one because it's gained him a lot of positions. Logan Sargent is in 13th. Lando Norris is in 14th. As here come Red Bull. And here comes Sergio Perez on lap 18 now to make his first pit stop. Let me just see how this pit stop goes. Another set of soft tyres. I don't know why they're displaying Verstappen as being on the hards. He's not on the hard tyres. He's on the soft tyres. We saw that as he came out of his pit stop. So, yeah, Verstappen is on the soft tyres. As there goes Leclerc. And Leclerc, though, is not that far up the road. And with that soft tyre, Perez is going to gain a lot of time. And Perez, within 2 laps, could be right on Leclerc's tail. Yeah, Max now leading as Russell, I think, about to overtake Bottas for 7th place. And not quite. Now let's just see.
Norris is going to get topped up again. Chaz, McLaren are absolute shambles.
Yeah, they may as well just retire the car because if they're having to do that every 10 laps, they're not going to obviously get anything. As Russell, yeah, is up to 7th place. And, I mean, clearly it's a McLaren issue. It doesn't sound like a Mercedes issue. And Zhou just past Hulkenberg. Haas are now 16th and 17th. How quickly it has fallen apart for them. And Norris is back out on track. But is now 19th. But yeah, let me just update that. So Norris down to 19th. And I'll try in a minute and update who is on what compound of tyre. And obviously update that Piastri is out of the race. And actually, let me update that obviously Verstappen is leading from Leclerc 2nd. And Sergio Perez in third as we're now on lap 19. Perez about 4 seconds or so off of Leclerc. I'll keep an eye on what happens between them cars. As Verstappen, I think now over 10 seconds clear of second place, and we're not even halfway through the Bahrain Grand Prix. He is in a class of 1, clearly, as you can see on the soft tyres, not the hards. And yeah, he is going to win this race, really, unless something massively goes wrong for him, or something, if he has any bad luck or whatever.
Tell you what, Chaz, though, the pace of that soft tyre is not all that great.
Yeah.
Leclerc's only a tenth of a second slower at the moment.
Yeah, I was thinking that with Perez. I thought he would gain a bit of time, but yeah, we haven't seen that. Our tyres coming in very well. Yeah, Leclerc is comfortably at the minute in second. And at the minute, Ferrari would absolutely take this result. Second and fourth. I don't think they expected it to be this good at this point of the race. I didn't. So, yeah. Good race so far for them. Good to see. I'm just making sure I do the tyres for the top 10. So everyone in the top 10 is on the hard tyre except for Verstappen, Perez, and Albon. Alex Albon, yes, in 10th place. And I looked at the data from Friday before this race, of course, as I usually do, and Williams were quicker than all the other midfield teams with their average lap times. So Williams do seem to have a pretty quick car. As Lance Stroll there, overtaking Valtteri Bottas into turn 1. And that move should be all done and dusted. So Bottas down to 9th. And let me just correct that he is not on the soft. He is on the hard tyre. And I'll start to do the tyres for everybody else if I can. And yeah, everything really at this point is just settled down that nobody at the minute is within a second of another car. Alonso has taken half a second out of Hamilton the last couple laps, so Alonso is starting to close in on Hamilton. Lewis is, 3.7 behind Sainz, about similar gap to what it was, I think, when they all pitted. Go for it.
Yes, you might have seen that at the top of the screen before that Ocon is being investigated for having served his penalty incorrectly.
Oh dear. What an absolute joke that is. Alpine and McLaren, who were the two best teams in the midfield last year, are now, running a circus, as Perez is gaining on Leclerc now, but still the lap times are not very good. And they're on the radio to Norris again. Wouldn't be surprised at this point if they decide to retire his car. But you've got Tsunoda and Gasly, the two best friends. Obviously separate teams now on the hard tyres. Logan Sargent in 13th is on the soft tyre. Then you've got Magnussen, Hulkenberg. I think Hulkenberg is ahead of Magnussen. Just haven't corrected that yet.
Yeah, he is.
And I think that's what he did. He started ahead of the yellow. Was it? Yeah, he started ahead of the yellow thing on his grid slot, I think. I think that's what the penalty is for. And then, that's why he pitted. Well, technically, he did serve the penalty there. I know, obviously, you've got to wait to catch up, but technically, isn't that a served penalty? Because he was stationary for quite a while there.
But I mean, you're not allowed to touch the car at all, and I think there might have been hands on the car.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. Got that, part of that rule. Well, that's even worse for them, as Nick de Vries is up to 14th place. So AlphaTauri having a decent day so far. And then, yeah, Magnussen. I don't think Magnussen has pitted yet. He's still on the tyres he started on.
No, Magnussen has pitted.
Oh, he has. Okay. Well, we'll see what tyres he's on in a moment. Piastri, of course, sadly retired. Was never really given a chance to race. Norris is on the soft. Ocon is on the hard. And Magnussen is on the hard tyre as well. Pretty good first stint there for Kevin Magnussen. So now on screen, I'm pretty sure now all of the tyres, all of the tyre data and positions are now correct. And lap 23 out of 57, Verstappen leads on the soft compound tyre by about 11 seconds from Charles Leclerc, with Perez third, Sainz fourth, Hamilton fifth, Alonso sixth, Russell seventh, Stroll eighth, Bottas ninth, Albon 10th. And we're nearly halfway through the race, as here is Norris and Ocon fighting for the honour of last place. Jeez. Or not to be in last place.
Yeah, Perez took a second out of Leclerc on that last lap.
Yeah, it's now down to 2 seconds. As Norris, you wonder how much life is left in that McLaren. I think if they have to fill up the pneumatics again, I think they'll have to call it a day, because they realistically can't race on. As Norris following Ocon through turn 13. But yeah, I mean, this battle is pretty useless. Even if Norris passes Ocon, McLaren are not going to score any points today. They're nowhere near. Even the Haas is in 16th and 17th place. So, yeah.
It's not even the battle of mid.
Yeah. As here comes Norris down the pit straight. And Ocon defends. Obviously, Ocon, his tyres should help him a bit more in a few laps compared to Norris, but he needs to try and just hold on for the time being. But I think Norris is probably going to overtake Ocon here up to turn 4, as Perez has taken another few tenths out of Leclerc, and it's now just 1.3 seconds in the two, as Norris, around the outside of turn 4, overtakes Esteban Ocon. But yeah, Perez, I think, might be overtaking Leclerc in the next 2 or 3 laps or so. With Norris, yeah, 18th, but he won't go any higher than that because Magnussen, I think it's just too far up the road.
Yeah, it's really weird. Leclerc was doing mid-37s, but the last 2 laps he's dropped back into the 38s. So I'm not too sure if he just couldn't sustain that pace, but yeah, one thing's for sure is Fernando Alonso is now starting to really catch Lewis Hamilton. It was half a second on the previous lap, and at the moment he's currently the 3rd fastest car on track.
As we expected in this race, finally Aston Martin are showing that pace. As there's Fred Vasseur. Looks as though Ferrari having some chats, maybe about strategy, what we're going to do. I mean, at the minute, there is no reason to panic if you're Ferrari, because I don't see them going... I don't think they should go to another set of hard tyres again. Because, I mean, clearly, the soft tyres are working well. I mean, look at the 2 Red Bulls. Even look at Alex Albon in 10th. He's holding his own on that tyre. They've just got to take the pain, I think, now, so that they can get back onto the soft tyre to end the race. And then, obviously, the 2 Red Bulls have to use another compound yet. And you'd think that the 2 Red Bulls would go, as Perez has a kind of a look there at the Leclerc to turn 1. You think the 2 Red Bulls would go for the hard and obviously not the medium. as Esteban Ocon, another penalty of 10 seconds now. Perez, again, close but not close enough. Leclerc up to turn 4, and he'll have to wait probably until lap 26 to have his go. As Max Verstappen, 12.5 seconds clear after 25 laps. And yeah, Max, I think you're right, Nib, is going to win this race by about 30 seconds at this rate. Pulling away on average by about half a second a lap compared to Leclerc.
Indeed he is.
As Aston Martin saying to Alonso, we are happy with your management. Happy, this is good. And Alonso says, yep, they have more deg. So let's think now how to use it to get closer. Yeah, Alonso looking to get on the attack now. And he's just under 2 seconds behind Hamilton. I think the last time I updated that gap, it was 3.5 seconds. Yeah, Alonso will be on the back of Hamilton very soon. As Zhou Guanyu has just overtaken Nick De Vries. And here we go. Perez gets a good exit, and I think Leclerc's going to struggle to keep the Red Bull behind as they come down the pit straight. And into turn 1, Leclerc's going to have to defend, or does he just let it go? He lets the inside line go, and Sergio Perez is up to second place. Can Leclerc get him back on the exit? He might do. Remember the Ferrari very quick? No, Perez has got the DRS. Thankfully for him, as Leclerc feigns, I think, a dive bomb down the inside, but Perez has got the position on lap 26, and it is now a Red Bull 1-2. Let's see if Perez now can pull away from Leclerc and Ferrari. Ferrari looking pretty depressed about that, but honestly, at this point, it's going a lot better than I thought it would. And Perez, of course, is on the soft tyre compared to the hard of Leclerc. And Carlos Sainz is still in a world of his own in 4th place. He's 13 seconds behind Leclerc. His pace is so poor, got to say, compared to his teammate.
Yeah.
Lewis Hamilton, about the same gap he is behind Sainz, and Alonso continuing to close. And Lewis asking, let me know what you can do, or let me know what I can do to pick up the pace. Yeah. To be honest, I'm not saying the race is over, but I think we kind of know around about what the main battles are going to be in the last, say, 20 laps of this race. Really, Leclerc versus Perez, and then Hamilton versus Alonso. And Russell versus Stroll as well.
And probably Alonso versus Sainz if he's able to get past Hamilton in an orderly manner. As Sainz's race pace is absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, he's so slow at the minute. And yeah, Alonso, yeah, if he can get past Hamilton in one go, which I'm not going to bet on that happening, but if he can, he should be able to get after Sainz and get him before the end. As Albon and Tsunoda are pitted, which is weird because as Gasly is pitted as well, I didn't quite see Gasly make his pit stop. Albon is on the soft and Tsunoda's on the hard tyre, yet they both pitted on the same lap. That's interesting. As Logan Sargent is now up to 10th place and doing really well is Logan. I mean, Albon is as well. Albon doing obviously the best out of the Williams drivers, but yeah, Logan having a great race as Hulkenberg has pitted. So yeah, we've got Sargent in 10th, and then Zhou in 11th, with De Vries in 12th, and Magnussen in 13th, as Perez and Leclerc about to lap Hulkenberg, who has just come out of the pit lane. And Hulkenberg is in 19th, and I think has had a really bad pit stop, or something's gone wrong, because he's 16.5 seconds behind Ocon, and he was a lot.
Oh my god, Chaz!
What?
Ocon is being
Oh my!
He's being noted for speeding in the pit lane.
How is? I've never seen a team and driver fuck a race up so bad. Fucking what? Not correct grid position, not serving penalty, and now speeding in the pit lane. He could get disqualified at this rate. I wouldn't be surprised if they did just decide to disqualify him, because I'm not even sure if Alpine are paying attention. As is a replay of Hulkenberg. Maybe this explains why he's not got any pace. Oh, yeah, there you go. He's lost front wing off the back of Ocon, and that's why he had a slow pit stop. They've decided to replace his front wing. So maybe we'll see a massive acceleration in speed now, but yeah.
And Ocon has a 5-second time penalty.
They may as well call it quits, Alpine. They can't do anything right. But
20 seconds worth of time penalties.
Here we go. Norris having another pneumatic fill and him back out on track. McLaren are having a shit off. They're trying to see who's the shitter team here. As Ocon, who is that ahead of him? De Vries, I think De Vries has just pitted. Verstappen says his left front is giving up a bit. He's trying to make it seem like he's actually doing hard work out there, but it doesn't seem that hard because he's 13.5 clear of Perez.
Yeah, as he just put in the personal best first sector. But to be fair, he was 3/10 slow on the previous lap. So, I mean, a terrible pace drop-off by Max's standards.
Yeah. Got to pick that pace up. As Norris, back down to 19th. He's on the medium now. I don't know why McLaren just don't retire him. Maybe, they're hoping for a safety car, but will they even last during after a restart from a safety car without needing another fill-up?
No.
So I don't get why they're still on. Why are they still racing? I don't get it. As
data, McLaren's car's that bad that they certainly need the data. So
I guess. Right, let me just try and make sure my order is correct. De Vries is pitted. De Vries is now in, I think, 16th place. And then it's, Tsunoda is 15th. Gasly has actually jumped Gasly there.
Gasly's jumped Gasly?
Oh, Gasly's jumped Tsunoda. There you go. Gasly, and he's only 1.1 behind Albon as Hulkenberg on the hard tyre does the fastest lap. I know it's on a fresh set of tyres, but that is a super good lap time. I didn't expect that to happen.
I don't know what his middle sector was, because it was about 4/10 faster than anyone else so far. So, yeah, good luck by Hulk.
Maybe he can get himself properly back into the fight again. Gasly is only a second off Albon, and obviously Albon was in P10 as Valtteri Bottas now pits for Alfa Romeo, and let's just see, 3.2 second stop. Magnussen pits as well. Magnussen, this is already his second pit stop. Magnussen might be on a 3-stop, I think, because I don't think he'll get to the soft tyre to the end, obviously, if he's going to go onto that tyre now. Bottas has pitted and come out in 11th place. Bottas has had a good race so far. He's come out in 11th. And he started on the soft tyre, so he's probably done now for the rest of the race. And heading for 9th place. That'd be a good result there. But Logan Sargent now up to 9th. Obviously, he hasn't pitted for a second time. And as we're, just over halfway through this race, just want to say quickly, don't forget, if you are new to the channel, to subscribe for more content like this because, of course, we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix of the season as Lewis Hamilton pits. And I can see we're just below 100 likes. Let's try and get over 100 likes if we can before the end of the race. And yeah, thank you guys, obviously, all for watching. Great to see you all. And let's hope things get a bit more exciting in the second half of this race as Hamilton, 2.5 second stop for him. As Stroll, 2.5 second stop for him. So, yeah, Stroll actually pitted after Alonso for the first stint and has pitted sooner now. So, Aston Martin looking to try and attack with Stroll because he wasn't too far behind Russell. Sainz has now been told to box. And, well, I'd be surprised if obviously Fernando can somehow pass Hamilton. I'd be surprised if Sainz held on to 4th place because his pace has been pretty bad. I mean, he has improved his pace compared to Leclerc in the last few laps, but overall it's pretty bad.
No, that's because Leclerc's pace has dropped off, not because Sainz has been any better.
All right. Well, Ferrari, they've definitely lost now to Red Bull, as Perez is 7 seconds clear of Leclerc, and the gap only building as Carlos pits. George Russell is coming into the pits as well. Alonso is staying out. Another set of hard tyres. Does look like the hard tyres are performing a lot better in this race than I thought they were. And yeah, Russell. Another set of hard tyres. Where will he come out, though? Will he be ahead of Stroll? Sainz will rejoin ahead of Hamilton. Hamilton looks as though he's maybe closer gap only slightly. Maybe not at all. Here comes Stroll. Down the pit straight. And Russell just about does it, does he? Yes! But Stroll on the exit will get a great exit. Obviously much warmer tyres. And Russell going to have to fight for his life up to turn 4. As he defends to the inside and Lance Stroll goes round the outside. Does he keep the position? Yes, he does. And Lance Stroll, having a good race, I think, is up to 7th place. And maybe, you never know, if Mercedes' pace really drops off later on, might get after Hamilton.
Stroll did a great job. 2 purple sectors in Sector 2 and Sector 3. That's a great outlap by Stroll to get ahead of Russell.
Yeah, was a phenomenal job there by Lance. Just a replay there of how he got it done. But Alonso actually is in 4th place. Let me just update that. Obviously, Alonso has not pitted yet for the second time. And Alonso appears to be staying out. And currently, he's about 22 seconds clear of Hamilton. He probably will come up behind Hamilton when he pits Alonso, but he's not going to be far behind. And obviously, he'll have fresher tyres. As Lance Stroll does the fastest lap of the race and has already pulled over a second ahead of George Russell. As here's the battle with Albon, Gasly and Tsunoda for 11th, 12th and 13th place. And this, as Joe pits, this is now the fight for the final point. And Albon and Williams are having such a good race. I think you've got to say, they have got, compared to this time last year at least, a much better car. And they are a proper midfield team. They've been consistently pretty quick with both cars. As on the radio, there was Ocon. Let's just hope he doesn't. If he speeds in the pit lane again, they've got to disqualify him. Surely, there's no way they can let him keep taking the piss. That's pretty much what he's been doing. Right, so on lap 34, your top 10 is Leclerc pits for another set of hard tyres. Your top 10 is as Alonso stays out. So Alonso going to go longer here.
Alonso's pace is really, really good. Like Alonso was a second quicker than Leclerc. Like Ferrari's tyre weight is that bad. Yeah, I mean Alonso's matching the pace of Verstappen and Perez at the moment. He's doing a 37.7. He's doing a really good job, and yeah, 2/10 slower than Hamilton on the previous lap.
Yeah, and if he keeps that pace up compared to everybody else, he could probably go another 3-4 laps and have much better tyres for the last stint of this race that might see him in the top 4, maybe even close to the podium if Leclerc has a massive drop-off of pace at the end of this race, if there is no safety cars, of course. As we're looking at George Russell currently on the broadcast of him following Lance Stroll closely through turn 6 and 7. I know this race hasn't been great, but how great is it we've got 4 front-running teams rather than it just being Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes. It makes it so much more exciting and unpredictable. As here comes Perez for a set of hard tyres. I'm assuming Verstappen's going to be on that same strategy, going soft, soft, hard. I did say coming into this race, I thought it'd be the best strategy. Obviously does help if you've got the best car on the grid. Perez will come out in second place. Red Bull, I know Perez had a poor-ish start and obviously was in third for a while, but they have really hammered the rest of the field today. This is reminiscent of them about 10 years ago. Just on another level compared to everybody else. As Alonso pits, Leclerc obviously will go up to third, but where will he come out compared to Hamilton? Hamilton will go ahead by a couple seconds. But Alonso, much fresher tyres and only a couple seconds behind, and he's going to be licking his lips now at the possibilities ahead of him. And Hamilton is only 3.7 behind Sainz, so if Alonso can get past Hamilton quickly, Alonso should get after Carlos Sainz pretty quickly. As just a replay of Perez's shoddy-ish pit stop. Perez on the hard tyre, and Alonso is now in 6th place. And Verstappen is going to decide to stay out there. I mean, as long as his tyres don't explode, he could probably not pit again and still win. But obviously, we want to make sure that he, don't take any risks. But he's currently, I know he's only pitted once, 38 seconds clear of second place. So once he does pit, he'll still be about 15, 16 seconds clear. And yeah, good luck to anyone that has ambitions on stopping Max Verstappen this season. As Alonso already is half a second quicker than Hamilton on this lap and is about a second behind Hamilton. That's what we really need to be looking at on the broadcast right now, but we're not looking at that right now. We're looking at the battle for the final point. As Albon...
Alonso was a second faster in the middle sector, actually.
Stunning pace there. As, really good fight still, though, as they are showing on the broadcast now. Going on for that final point between Albon, Gasly and Tsunoda. All of them, at one point, were Alpha Tauri / Toro Rosso. And Verstappen is now going to pit for some hard compound tyres on lap 37. Only 20 laps to go. Don't forget, guys, after the race finishes, I'll still be doing a race reaction for about 30-40 minutes or so. So, yeah, make sure to stick around after the race finishes. As Verstappen, great pit stop. And, yeah, he will come out, of course, in the lead. I can't remember exactly, but I know Verstappen, I mean, he's only the McLaren there of Norris, just unlaps himself briefly. He's only a few wins away from equaling Ayrton Senna's win tally. And he's not even 25 years old. As Alonso here we go. He's within a second. He's even closer than that. He's now just half a second behind Hamilton. These two, they've done battle here in Bahrain before, ended in tears for Hamilton as he took his entire front wing off the back of Fernando's car. I think 2008, I think it was. As Alonso does a fastest lap, let's hope for no anything like that this time. As Alonso gets a great exit from turn 1. Hamilton, he's a great racer, but I'm not sure how much he can defend here. As Alonso goes for the inside instead. And up the inside he goes. Hamilton tries though to cut underneath, and Alonso loses the rear end, and Hamilton gets it back. Finally, we get these two racing in cars that are similarly paced. And yeah, this is going to be brilliant. Hamilton clearly slower, but you can guarantee he is going to fight tooth and nail to keep Fernando behind him. Toto watches on, and wasn't good there for Alonso, but he didn't keep that move because obviously he's allowing Sainz to get away. But Hamilton is actually catching Carlos Sainz despite this battle going on. Hamilton has took a second out of Carlos in the last lap or two, as Alonso so much quicker than Hamilton through turn 13. And yeah, down this pit straight, Alonso is for sure going to have one big go again at Hamilton. And yes, Sainz about 2.5 seconds ahead of Hamilton. So Alonso got to get moves done if he wants to get on the podium. Does he send it down the inside? Hamilton kept his car's position so well there, did not fall for the dummy, which Alonso does love to do. As they now go up to turn 4, Hamilton, will he have to defend again? Yes, he does. And Hamilton, he knows exactly what Fernando is all about. And he knows exactly every move that Fernando is capable of. As Alonso follows him brilliantly through turn 6 and 7. And we'll get a great exit now from turn 8. Can Alonso? He loses the rear end slightly, but he's still side by side with Hamilton into turn 10 and sends it down the inside. And Alonso is up to 5th place and has the DRS, and that should be done and dusted. Fernando, it was inevitable that he was going to get past. But yeah, brilliant move. And now Carlos Sainz is only 2.5 seconds away. So 4th place, really, he should be getting in a second. As we're on lap 39.
What was it you saying about Lewis knowing Fernando's every move?
Exactly, yeah.
Wow, what a move. I mean, the pace of the Aston Martin in the middle sectors on this stint especially has been ridiculous. I think he's going to comfortably get 4th place here in this race.
Yeah. Do you think... what about the podium? Do you think that's possible?
Just a little bit too far out of his reach. I mean, it is 12 seconds. Just a little bit too far away.
Yeah, he needs to be about a second a lap quicker than Leclerc, really, from now on, as Hamilton has another go at Alonso. So Hamilton really sticking close there and wanting to get that position back. And hopefully this battle keeps up. But Fernando does need to be getting on with it and get after Sainz, because he's 3 seconds up the road and we know the Ferrari is struggling. I just want to quickly get all the tyres on the screen correct, because Albon is in P10 on the hard tyres. And then obviously Sargent is on hard tyres as well. And then De Vries is actually in 14th. And then you've got Zhou and Magnussen, who I'll update their positions in a minute, on the soft tyres. And then, after that, you've got the rest on the hard tyres, I think. Yep. Let me just try and do that. quickly as we're on lap 40 out of 57. Hamilton still got DRS on the back of Fernando. Fernando, though, in the rest of that lap, did take another half a second out of Sainz, but he's only brought it back down to the gap that it was at when Alonso initially got the move done on Hamilton. As yet, De Vries is in 14th, with Zhou 15th, Magnussen 16th, and then Hulkenberg is in 17th place, with Ocon in 18th, and Norris 19th. As Ocon saying, in testing, in practice, since I joined Formula 1, I've been doing these things. Why penalty now? As, big look up for Norris there. And then they say, yeah, it's frustrating. I don't know what he's talking about. Unless it's the Alpine team and maybe the car has malfunctioned. I don't know. But it just seems...
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about there. I think just letting out his frustrations. Not necessarily correct frustrations. But, yeah. Despite all of Ocon's... Charles Leclerc is out of the race. And his engine, I'm guessing, has let go. We said at the top of this show, in the build-up, that he had to have a new energy store put in. Clearly, reliability issues at Ferrari. And Leclerc is out, and the virtual safety car is out. I don't think they'll need a safety car, because there is a gap there to pull the car behind. I don't think they'll need a full safety car. But Charles Leclerc...
by the way...
Yep, go.
Not only was the energy store changed, but the control electronics were also changed before the race as well on Leclerc's car.
Yeah, so clearly there are issues there. And you could already see through turn 12 there was issues. And yeah, can't see on the dashboard anything flash up, but clearly an engine issue. And Leclerc is out. I was about to say, the most punished of drivers currently in F1 by his own team. Nothing wrong with the driver, it's the team. And he's in for another season of misery. Ferrari still are in the podium positions, but now that's much less secure because Sainz is only 2.1 clear of Alonso.
It didn't sound like a proper engine failure. It certainly sounded more electronic, as Brundle's actually saying on Sky.
Right. But clearly there was some sort of issue they, have already seen from yesterday. It's probably not a surprise, I guess, to them that's happened, but that is so gutting for Leclerc because he put in a great drive this weekend, really got the best out of what Ferrari have got. But as usual, the team lets him down as the virtual safety car period is about to end, thankfully, on lap 42. And now Alonso has got a brilliant chance of finishing on the podium. And yeah, we are back under green. Hamilton still within a second of Alonso, but Alonso is, I think, gradually still pulling away. But yeah, that is such a shame. I do feel sorry for him. Because, I mean, yeah, he makes mistakes sometimes. We've seen that with Leclerc, but if only he had a competent team behind him, he would be, have a lot more success in F1. And stuff like that, obviously Leclerc has been saying stuff like, don't worry, I'm, not had any contact with Mercedes or anything about anything for the future. But the more these things keep happening, he is probably going to be forced to leave the team. As Pierre Gasly on the soft compound tyre, who I think he might have pitted under the virtual safety car, is up now to 9th place ahead of Albon. And we've got now the two Alpha Tauri side by side for 11th and 12th. As Zhou there How have they... so Sargent must have pitted, because I was going to say, how has Sargent let them all through? And actually, Nick...
A whole heap of the midfield drivers pitted.
Oh, right, I didn't quite see that. But yeah, De Vries is on the hard tyre. And yes, Tsunoda now 11th. So I'll get those tyres and positions all correct in a second. So, yeah, Gasly 9th. And then Albon 10th. Ocon has pitted again. And then you've got Tsunoda 11th. De Vries is 12th. Zhou 13th. Sargent 14th is a replay of Gasly passing Albon. Shame for Albon that virtual safety car happened, because Gasly I don't think was going to overtake him. But, yeah, soft tyres helping him. I think Albon is on the softs as well. But, yeah, good restart there from Gasly. And Ocon is out of the race as well. I don't think there's probably a problem with it. I think they've just decided that, yeah, there's no more to fight for today. As here we go. Fernando Alonso just a second away from Carlos Sainz. And now just under a second. And Ferrari, I doubt that they're going to hold on to the podium here, because Sainz's pace has been awful the entire day.
Yeah, Alonso was a second faster on the previous lap.
Yeah, that is... I mean, after how they started the race, it is amazing how they've turned it around so well. And also, shout out, obviously, you know, Leclerc retiring helps, but shout out Lance Stroll in 6th place. And ahead of Russell in the Mercedes. That's a great effort from Stroll. Considering, I think, like 2 or 3 weeks ago, he had a really bad cycling accident. And Stroll about 7.5, or just under, around about 7.5 seconds behind Hamilton, and just over a second clear of Russell. So yeah, good job by Stroll. He's done very well today. As Alonso, yeah, within a second of Sainz now. They're into the middle sector though. And Alonso, I think, won't be able to overtake yet. But as Nib has been saying, and as we've been saying, the Aston Martin in the middle sector is so quick. And is so much better in especially race conditions. And yeah, he's already took a couple tenths of a second out of Carlos. And yeah, look how much he gains into the braking zone of turn 10. He gets a good exit as well. Not sure he'll overtake into turn 11 as Sargent overtakes De Vries for 13th. But he is surely on for a podium here as we enter lap 45. And saying if I push the defender, I don't know if I'll make it to the end. I think that's what he was saying there. As Alonso, surely he will get past Sainz eventually. Carlos doesn't have the greatest exit. The only thing which will trouble Fernando is that the Ferrari is super quick down the straights. As Alonso all over the place trying to put Carlos off. And he's going to get, I think, a good exit from turn 1. What about turn 2 and 3? It's good, not great though. As they come up to turn 4 now, Sainz defends to the inside. Alonso, yeah, he's going to do the switcheroo. Oh, contact! The wheel-to-wheel contact. That was surprisingly clumsy from Alonso there. But will he go for it down the inside to turn 8? Nope, Sainz defends again. And Alonso, does he get the exit? Oh, it's so close. Into turn 10, will he do the same move he did to Hamilton? Nope, Sainz saw that coming, I think. But looks up massively. And yeah, Sainz has cooked his tyres too much, I think, with this defending. As Alonso now down the inside and is up the 3rd place. Let's just hope there's no damage to his car after that contact. Brilliant racing. And Alonso, for the moment, up to 3rd, but Carlos still close behind. Remember, Ferrari very quick down the straight, so he might get him back. Yeah, what was that contact, Nib? That looked so weird.
I think Alonso was caught out by how slow Sainz was on the exit, to be honest, Chaz. That's really what it looked like.
Yeah.
But yeah, still poor by Fernando.
Yeah, you don't expect him to do that. But yeah, he has pulled out a good gap over Carlos as they come down to turn 1. But Alonso keeps ahead, and Hamilton now all over the back of Sainz. Ferrari's day is collapsing all around them. And as long as Alonso pulls over a second ahead of Sainz, Hamilton should be able to overtake Carlos, because Hamilton was gaining on Carlos before Fernando overtook Lewis. So, yeah. But Alonso is third. Here's a replay of that Alonso-Sainz moment. And he accelerated. And, yeah, I think he was so surprised by how much he gained, actually, on traction out of the corner. Because, yeah, he gained so much in the traction zone. It was ridiculous. But yeah, he's got the move done, and he's now over a second ahead of Carlos, and he is surely secure in third. As now the battle is Hamilton versus Sainz for fourth. Just seen a position change, I think. Actually, I need to update that, what do you call it? That De Vries is up, or down, sorry, to 14th place. Hamilton, yeah, he's now going to be attacking the life out of Sainz. And the problem is for Ferrari, because of Aston Martin, adding 2 more cars to the front-running teams up here. As Hamilton all over the back of Sainz now to turn 1. Ferrari can't just pit after Hamilton passes him, because you've still got Stroll and Russell behind. So they can't just pit, because then they'll lose all the points they could get for 5th place if Hamilton does overtake. Up to turn 4. And Hamilton... No. Not enough speed down the straight. But he's going to overtake Carlos without doubt. And maybe not for Russell, but at least for Hamilton, today is playing out better, I'd say, for the Mercedes team. Just want to try and update a couple things tyres-wise. Ocon, of course, is out of the race, as Lando Norris there, who I don't know if he's going quicker than these guys or not, but he's also kind of involved in this battle. Here's a replay of Alonso and Sainz, and yes, Sainz, I think, saw it coming. Alonso, cat-like reactions, as we see from him all the time. And there. Yeah, Sainz, after that lock-up and going wide in turn 10, there's nothing he could do at that point. And then Fernando got the position. And, well, given Red Bull's pace today, I think that's the best, really, Aston Martin could have done. They're just got to hold on now for third. And
I mean, Alonso at the moment is, well, he matched Verstappen's lap time on the previous lap.
Yeah, pace.
I mean, Aston's pace is really good. Really, really good.
Yeah, and it's a good omen for things to come, as Hamilton still has not passed Sainz. As they're exiting turn 4 now. And yeah, Hamilton, I still think he'll pass Sainz, because Ferrari's tyres are still falling away quite badly, but he just needs to get a good run on Sainz, really out of the middle sector. The Ferrari is struggling quite a bit. Sainz on the radio asks, "Why am I bouncing so much?" And Ferrari say, "We are checking, focus on the race." And we did see in testing, Ferrari were bouncing probably the most out of any team.
Yeah.
And yeah, clearly upsetting Carlos Sainz there. But let me just update that you've got Sargent, Zhou, Tsunoda, Albon, and Gasly on the soft compound tyres in what is still a decent scrap going on for the final points-paying positions. As who was that who came into the pit? Lando Norris who came into the pits. I thought it was a Red Bull for a second. As Hamilton, still having a look, but yeah, not really much he can do. Does he get a good exit? Yes, he does, but is he close enough? Not. No, he's not. And Lando, we'll see if he comes out again. But I think one thing, because obviously I have seen a few people in the chat remark about, the dominance of Red Bull today. Obviously Alonso, he's had to fight his way through. Poor start and that. But Max Verstappen is 36 seconds clear of third place, and we've still got another, 8-9 laps to go. Red Bull are so far ahead of everyone else. I know Alonso, again, he's shown good pace now. The Aston does have good pace, but Red Bull are going to run away with this championship very, very quickly. And, Alonso already is 4 or 5 seconds clear of Sainz, I think. So Ferrari at best 40 seconds off the lead, and obviously Mercedes miles off. Mercedes today have been about a second off the pace, really. As Fernando says, I am on level 7, avoided all the curbs. Just let me know if the situation changes behind. Anyway, he's 5 seconds clear of Carlos Sainz, and as long as Sainz holds Hamilton up, he doesn't have to worry about what happens behind. As black and white flag for Hulkenberg for track limits. And
Alonso's pace was the fastest of the top 8 on that previous lap, because actually Gasly was 36 something. So yeah, Alonso's pace is right there with the Red Bulls at the moment. And I think if he didn't get caught behind earlier on, he would have been certainly a lot more close, and he could have perhaps pressured Perez, as Perez was sort of stuck behind Leclerc in the earlier stages of the Grand Prix.
Yeah, it is disappointing from that aspect. We could have got Alonso maybe in second. But I think Aston Martin, they'll be super happy with this weekend, and they are definitely contenders for, definitely I'd say second in the championship until Mercedes get their act together, and as long as Ferrari have these tyre issues, I think Aston Martin, they look pretty good to be best of the rest after Red Bull this season. Obviously, they've got 2 good drivers. Alonso, still one of the best in the world, to help them. As Hamilton has now dropped over a second behind, as Mercedes continue to lag behind. One battle to look out for, by the way, before we get to the end, is Pierre Gasly against Valtteri Bottas. The gap, when Leclerc broke down, or after the virtual safety car ended, was about 16 seconds. It's now 5.5 seconds. About 12 laps, 13 laps later. So Gasly might finish in 8th place yet. As Verstappen there is just lapping Zhou. Sargent has actually overtaken Zhou. So Sargent up to 12th. And Logan is as I don't know what was going on there with the order. Position changed for Stroll and Russell, even though there wasn't. As Magnussen there on the soft tyres, passing Nick De Vries. De Vries probably going to finish in 15th, I would say. Haas have had a pretty disappointing race. And we're on, of course, lap 52. Just seen a replay here of Stroll. Maybe this is why his position thing went a bit weird. He went deep at turn 10 and went off the track. And obviously came back on the track on the exit. But he is still in 6th, and he is actually catching Lewis Hamilton. He's about 5 seconds behind. He won't catch Hamilton by the end. But, well, he's now 4.3 behind, maybe. Yeah, I think Stroll has left it probably a bit too late to catch Lewis Hamilton. I was going to ask Nib, because I'm very surprised by this team. Williams have had such a good race. Look at that. Alonso on the radio says, "This is a lovely car to drive." How wonderful is it to hear that? That is such a nice thing to say. Yeah, Williams have been so good today. They're so much better than last year. Are you impressed by their performance?
Absolutely. I mean, you think back to Melbourne last year. I mean, Albon fluked the point, and now they're legitimately going to get a point probably here with Albon, and Sargent's had a very good start to his career and the season here. So yeah, I think we're very, very impressed by Williams. But let's see how they go around at other tracks, because I do think that this track certainly helps Williams. I mean, obviously, as you were speaking about in the pre-show, of course we've got some power circuits coming up, so I think Williams will be okay there. But yeah, let's see once we get into some of the races where we require a little bit more downforce to see how Williams do. But they've certainly done a very good job. I mean, like old times, Haas are absolutely nowhere with their race pace and with their tyre wear, I assume. So, yeah, been fantastic by Williams.
Yep, and we're now seeing Albon.
Did Williams even have a technical director?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that. Yeah, I have no idea. But obviously, he did a good job before he left. Because, this time last year, they were just lagging at the back. And yeah, maybe occasionally fluking a point. 10th and 12th for them. That is a super jump forward. And thankfully, Williams now have 2 drivers who can actually race. Yeah, now lap 54, and Fernando Alonso still in 3rd, if you're wondering. He's almost, I think, going to be 10 seconds clear of Sainz soon. He's almost 8 seconds clear. Lance Stroll isn't gaining on Hamilton anymore, but Hamilton is now 2 seconds behind Carlos. So, yeah, Lewis Hamilton will not be overtaking Carlos. Very poor race, really, for Mercedes. I mean, 16 points is not bad. They're going to outscore Ferrari, but their pace has been pretty bad. And they are really 4th best team in Formula 1. Even worse than they were last year. Tsunoda is trying his best to get this final point from Albon. But Albon has got that monstrous straight line speed, which of course helps massively. Well, Williams are the only Mercedes power team to be quick down the straights. That's you'd think, because they've got not a lot of downforce on the car. As Hulkenberg has got a 5-second penalty. Track limits, I'm assuming. As Tsunoda locks up into turn 1 and goes deep.
It was.
Yeah. Because he had a warning earlier. Yeah, Haas have had a pretty bad race. Hulkenberg obviously not helped by having the front wing damage and losing, I think, 5 positions or almost 5 positions on the first lap. But yeah, been a very bad day for them. Let me just update that Magnussen is actually on the soft with De Vries on the hard. We are still, though, keeping a watch out for the Gasly-Bottas fight, because with 2.5 laps to go, Gasly is just 2 seconds behind Bottas. That's be a really close one to the line. And obviously Albon versus Tsunoda as well will be a close one to the line. And it was great, wasn't it, Nib, to hear Alonso on the radio there say such a lovely car to drive. It's been so long since we've had him in such a situation like this. I feel so happy for him.
It's been 10 years, bro. And the Ferrari back then wasn't even that good.
Yeah, even 10 years ago, his car was pretty shit. Yeah, it's so good to see. Obviously, I don't know what's happened in the universe, but clearly something's happened because Fernando has finally made, and the first time in his entire career, has made a good career decision. Only took him 20 years. As Max Verstappen starts his penultimate lap. As Giacomo Agostini there is going to wave the checkered flag, which Verstappen will meet very soon. As we're on penultimate lap now. Gasly now 2.5 behind. Yeah, that's probably going to be decided in like the last couple corners, I'd imagine. As Magnussen is now 13th. Zhou is in the pit lane. I'm going to assume maybe just going for a fastest lap. He's not going to get a point for it, but yeah. I just wanted to hear from you, Nev, quickly on Red Bull. Yeah, they maybe not on pure pace have a car that is miles in front of everyone else because Alonso has been very quick today. But yeah, nobody's going to stop Red Bull and Verstappen this season, are they?
Nope. That's all needs to be said. Nope.
Yeah. I'll ask this. When do you reckon the championship's going to be wrapped up by? European season or Asia?
Wait, mathematically or?
Mathematically, do you think it'll be wrapped up by like Monza or the Dutch Grand Prix or something like that?
Nah, we got to chill. We can't be going that early. Surely. let me have a look at the calendar. Hang on. Let me get a bit of a better guess. But yeah, I mean,
well, there's
I think
there's 14 races before the summer break. Obviously, this one's done.
Which is pretty nuts. Hang on, sorry, the F1 app is really that slow. Singapore. I'm gonna go Singapore.
Yeah, which is
so the first flyaway.
Yes, I think mid-September.
It is.
I don't think anyone obviously is going to ever, as we're on the final lap now, guys, I don't think anyone is ever going to break the record of Michael Schumacher, who won the championship, I think, on the second week of July. But Max Verstappen is surely going to dominate this season in a Red Bull car that is just a brilliant machine. It is perfect. It has a brilliant front end, rear end. The straight line speed is bang on. Great tyre wear and great tyre management. I'm not sure this Red Bull car has a weakness. I don't think it does at all. As Max Verstappen has never won, actually, the Bahrain Grand Prix, so he can now tick another one off the list as he laps there. The Williams, I think, of Logan Sargent. It is. And into the final corner he comes. There has been a curse of whoever wins the first race doesn't go on to win the championship. Don't think that'll be the case this season. As Verstappen comes to the line and wins the Bahrain Grand Prix of 2023. And Sergio Perez, in about 12 seconds or so, here he comes. Finishes second to complete a 1-2 for Red Bull. Their first ever 1-2 in Bahrain. And what a dominant performance it is. And let's wait for him. Here he comes. Fernando Alonso did not have a good start. Almost took out by his teammate on the first lap. But it's all gone to El Plan, I guess, for him in the end. As Alonso comes to the line and finishes third and weaves about. And yes, that is great to see. Alonso is back. And we have got another team to add excitement to the mix as Carlos Sainz finishes in fourth with Hamilton fifth, Stroll 6th. Russell 7th. I think Bottas will hold on to 8th place, with Gasly then probably in 9th, with Albon in 10th, and then Tsunoda 11th, Sargent 12th, Magnussen 13th, De Vries 14th, Hulkenberg 15th, Zhou 16th, and Norris 17th. And your retirements: Ocon, Leclerc, and Piastri. Right. I know, obviously, you got to go, Nib, to go watch the football. Quick words for our race, and we'll see you, obviously, in a couple of weeks for Saudi Arabia. But let us know your final thoughts for the race.
It's pretty meh.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? I'd maybe say a 5.5. Is that being maybe even a little bit generous? Is maybe a 5?
I'd because of what Alonso did, I'd give it a 6. But yeah, it was a pretty average, or maybe slightly above average Grand Prix.
It was a pretty tame race, really. I mean, we had some nice stories mixed in within the race. I mean, the funniness of Ocon, the comedy, well, not for me, the comedy of McLaren. Yeah. I mean, Alonso is... Yeah, I mean, you can see the team radio coming on now. Just trying to hear what he's saying. Yeah, Alonso's just classic broken English. What have you done? What do you have done? Oh, this is fantastic for Alonso. I mean, for any pure F1 fan, I mean, okay, that's maybe a little bit far, but just for a fan of the sport, seeing Alonso at 41 be this competitive again is just fantastic.
Yeah, it is. It's so good. And like I said, I think midway through the race, how great is it? We've got another team up there to fight now with maybe Red Bull later in the season, obviously Ferrari and Mercedes. I mean, today, not very exciting race, but again, I'm sure once we get to other races this season, I'm sure things will spice up. I think things will be pretty exciting probably next Grand Prix in Saudi Arabia. I mean, the last 2 races there have been bonkers, to say the least.
Okay.
So, God knows what will happen in 2 weeks. Yeah, Nib, cheers, mate, for coming on. Obviously, brilliant commitment at, 4 a.m., 3 a.m., whatever time it is in Melbourne.
20 to 4.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on, mate, and I'll chat to you, obviously, probably during the football match once I finish.
Yeah, indeed, and thanks to everyone in the chat, especially those that I interacted with earlier on whilst Chaz was doing his preview. But yeah, until probably the Saudi Grand Prix. I mean, I can't remember what time the Saudi Grand Prix is on, but yeah, if not, then we'll see you all later. Bye-bye, everyone.
Cheers, mate. And yeah, big thanks for him to coming on there. And yeah, it was great to have him, of course, for the watch-along. And yeah, it's a shame the race wasn't a classic, but you don't always get a classic. But it was, I thought, a decent race today. We got some good stuff. And yeah, that is the first race done. And now we know what we're in for in 2023. And what we're going to do now, guys, is... let me take my headphones off. Obviously, I don't need them anymore to hear Nib. And my headphones, got to say, I've got to get some new ones because they do hurt my ears quite a bit. The bit around the, obviously, speakers. Yeah, what we're going to be getting into now is a reaction to the race. So don't go anywhere. We've still got plenty to go through before the stream is over. And yeah, we're going to obviously go through team by team, talk a bit about how they did. And yeah, we'll do that. By the way, cheers, guys, for getting me over 100 likes. That is really good. Thank you very much. And I think what I'll quickly do is... Actually, hold on. let me, before I'm going to post a link of the stream out in a moment. But before I do that, let me quickly do a poll in the chat to see what you guys think. Hold on, let me try and title it correctly. Who did you think was driver of the day in the Bahrain Grand Prix? Let me know who you thought was driver of the day. The options will be Verstappen, Alonso, Stroll. I'll go for because of his wrist injury. I thought he did pretty well. And Gasly as well, because he obviously came from the last on the grid to finish 9th. What a brilliant race from him. I'd probably go with Gasly as my driver of the day. Actually, no, I'm going to go Verstappen because, you know, he just absolutely destroyed everyone. But Gasly, I think, definitely deserves a shout. But yeah, make sure to vote in that poll. Top of the live chat. It'll obviously appear in a few seconds after I say it, or maybe earlier. I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm just going to post a link for the stream out a couple times, and then we will get straight into the reacting to the Grand Prix. And yeah, I guess the main positive, really, of the race is, you know, Aston Martin and Fernando Alonso on the podium, not because a load of people retired, but because he deserves it. That's why he is on the podium, because he had the pace and he deserved to be on the podium. And yeah, love seeing it. Let me just quickly post a link out. Come join us here to react to the Bahrain GP. And I'll just quickly post it out on Twitter, and then we'll get straight into this reaction. I'll just wait for Twitter to load up a bit. My PC is not running at the most optimal speed. But yeah, obviously the championship doesn't matter at this point. But Red Bull, of course, in the Constructors' Championship are top. And then second will be Aston Martin on 23 points, I think. Yeah. And then Mercedes will be third on 16. Ferrari fourth on 12. Alfa Romeo fifth on 4 points. I've got to say, big shout out to Bottas. Didn't really do anything of spectacular note in this race, but he finished in 8th and he started obviously 12th. So great job by Bottas. The best of the rest today. And, you know, good for Alfa Romeo. They didn't require another pit stop after the virtual safety car for the softs to hold on to that 8th. Shows just how far ahead they were of the other teams. And then, yeah, the Alfa Romeo 5th in the championship. And then Alpine 6th, Williams 7th. And then it'll be, I think, AlphaTauri 8th, Haas 9th, McLaren 10th. And McLaren, God, how shit they were today. But let me just quit. I've just seen something mental. And, well, not sure if it's funny, but mental. On Twitter. But let me just post this link out, and then we'll get straight into your comments. And also into my reaction as well. Come join us here for instant reaction to the Bahrain GP. And let me just quickly do one more hashtag. There you go. So that's all posted out. So, yeah, let's now get into this reaction. And yeah, make sure to post in the live chat as I go along the teams. What did you think of the teams? How do you think all the teams did? How all the drivers did? And yeah, make sure to keep voting in that poll at the top of the chat. Who is your driver of the day for the Bahrain Grand Prix? Let me know in the chat. But I think we'll just get straight into it, and we'll start with Red Bull Racing, who were easily the best team today. Max Verstappen, is there any point talking about him? Yeah, won the race easily, was way too quick for everyone else. The only person who could have challenged him today was Sergio Perez, who had a poor start. Eventually got second, obviously, Perez. And I got to say, Red Bull getting the strategy bang on obviously does help when you've got the best car on the grid, like they have. But yeah, the soft, hard strategy was probably the best strategy for this race. I can understand why teams went for 2 sets of hards, but yeah, I think 2 sets of soft compound tyres was actually the better option for this race. And then, yeah, that's why Perez obviously got past Leclerc. Leclerc was struggling with pace, but Leclerc was obviously going to get a podium. Still, we'll get on to why he didn't in a moment. But yeah, Red Bull, after Perez passed Leclerc, were always going to finish first and second because they were way too quick. And yeah, they're top of the championship. Obviously, Verstappen and Perez first and second in the championship. And yeah, Max Verstappen is I think, going to win the championship. Absolutely, 100%. Ferrari, as we saw today, in race situations, they're too slow. Their tyre wear is too bad. Mercedes are massively slow. Aston Martin, I don't think have quite got the car to compete for the championship. And yeah, I think Max Verstappen is definitely going to be a champion this year. I'm not going to say absolutely title race is over. I'll give it probably about 2 more races. And then probably say it's over if he wins the next 2. But yeah, Red Bull, they're going to win the championship this season without a shadow of a doubt. Now on to Ferrari, bit more to say about them. I mean, let's be kind to their team principal, Frederick Vasseur, their new team boss. Obviously, this was his first race because, yeah, he is coming into a incredibly tough job. Because this Ferrari team is fundamentally broken. Leclerc not doing his final run in qualifying yesterday, apparently because of a strategy decision to save a set of soft tyres. As you can see today, that meant nothing, really. Ferrari were never going to finish in the top 2 and maybe get a podium still, but I don't even think that was absolutely for sure. For Ferrari, because Alonso was super quick in the final stint of the race, so I'm not certain Ferrari would have got that. So yeah, again, poor strategy, and then reliability issues again cropping up. This was obviously something we saw last season too much of. Leclerc obviously had to change, as Nib said, his control electronics and energy store before the race. Thankfully, didn't take a penalty for that, but you can only take 1 more new control electronics and energy store, I think. Or I think 1 more new energy store without a penalty. And yeah, Ferrari already down to their last one. Not great, is it? 1 race in. And then, yeah, Leclerc had seemingly engine or electrical issue. I don't know for sure yet. I don't think Ferrari are going to reveal that just as of yet. But yeah. Was eliminated from 3rd place. What a disaster. And yeah, I've said before, Leclerc, when his contract comes to an end, he's got to look to leave this team, because until, unless Frederick Vasseur really gets this team performing and operating in a way that is that of a front-running team and not a clown disaster show, Leclerc has got to look to leave this team, because they're not going to give him a World Championship car. Even if he had a World Championship winning type car today, he wouldn't have won because his, car failed. He needs a team that will give him the goods. He's a good enough driver. His team is, well, not deserving of him as far as I'm concerned. And yeah, disappointing there for Leclerc. And already massively on the back foot. Carlos Sainz, I guess, did well to hold on to fourth with his massive lack of pace. The only reason he held on to fourth really is because Mercedes had no speed really in this Grand Prix. Had some pace briefly at times, but yeah, Mercedes were pretty poor today. And Ferrari, got fourth place obviously with Sainz, but yeah, I think the only good result they could have got with Sainz would have been third after Leclerc's retirement. But a disastrous first race for Ferrari, and this is probably just an omen for how the season is going to go. Once again, I will say though, if you're a Ferrari fan, don't get too down, because I think Ferrari are going to be pretty fast at the next Grand Prix in Jeddah, because it's very high speed, and I think a slightly quicker lap as well it is in Saudi. So Ferrari should be definitely contenders for pole position. And overtaking in Saudi is not the easiest thing in the world. I mean, depends really on the other car and how much quicker it is than the car it's trying to overtake. But Ferrari are definitely going to be contenders in Saudi Arabia, at least in qualifying. But with these race pace woes and their poor tyre management, they are going to struggle a lot in the first half of this season to win a race. And are going to struggle overall to win a race, especially with Aston Martin as good as they are. And Mercedes, I'm sure, will improve their car as they opt to scrap their concept of car. As, yeah, that's Ferrari. Again, still a disaster. We wait for them to actually act like adults. Let's now go on to Mercedes-Benz. From an operation standpoint, yeah, Mercedes did nothing wrong today. By the way, I just want to read out the super chat from Turbo. By the way, Turbo, you have gifted me so much, or so many super chats today. Much appreciated. Very kind of you, I have to say. Turbo GSR for $5 says, what an elite strat for Ferrari to save the tyres from Q3 abuse, only to have a powertrain failure during the race. They need Paul di Resta now. That's a good super chat. Yeah. It's typical Ferrari, innit? Yeah, save set of tyres for the race, and you can't even finish the fucking race, so what was the point? Again, disaster of a team. Anyway, Mercedes, yeah, from an operation standpoint, they did fine, except for a slow pit stop for Russell, which cost him a couple seconds. But yeah, Mercedes this weekend have been pretty slow. They are the fourth best team right now, and that is not going to change until they bring this new car, this new upgrade, whatever it is, and whenever it comes. Even if we go to a different type of track layout compared to this weekend, it's not going to change, because they don't have a super quick car down the straights, as we've seen this weekend. And in the corners, they look absolutely slower than Ferrari, Aston Martin, and Red Bull. So, yeah, their car is in pretty much all aspects worse than the three cars ahead of them. So, yeah, Mercedes, I mean, 5th and 7th, it's a good result considering how bad their pace was. And obviously, them outscoring Ferrari is a positive to take. But they have got to get this new new car side pod concept. They've got to get it to come to the track as soon as possible. They need to put, really, I think, all hands on deck to get that car to whatever Grand Prix they can. Because if they can't bring it to a Grand Prix soon, they're going to be the fourth best team, and they're not going to move any higher than that, because their car is just bang average, I've got to say. And it's not going to be a podium contender even, never mind a race winner. Yeah, Mercedes, pretty slow. Good racing from Hamilton against Alonso. George Russell, I feel a bit sorry for him, because he had a good start. He looked pretty quick at the start, and then that slow pit stop, it just derailed everything after that. Then obviously got overtook by Alonso, and then got jumped in the second pit stop phase by Stroll, who, having pitted a lap earlier on warmer tyres, overtook Russell as he came out of the pit lane up to turn 4. So, yeah, a bit annoying there for Russell, the way the race went after his first pit stop. But 16 points, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, they are not winning a race in this car. They've got to bring a completely new car if they want to win a Grand Prix in 2023. Because even if Red Bull don't win a race, you've still got Aston Martin and Ferrari ahead of them. And talking of Aston Martin, let's go on to them now. Fernando Alonso on the podium. What a great thing to see. And you guys who maybe are a bit newer to Formula 1, maybe some of you, maybe I think a lot of you are a long-time watchers of Formula 1, so I think you guys already know. But some of you newer guys who maybe haven't seen Alonso quite at his absolute best and seen him fighting with the top guys, because obviously he's not been in a front-running car since like 2013, you got to see today why Fernando Alonso is talked about so much and why I think he's one of the top 10, honestly, best racing drivers we've ever had in Formula 1. Yeah, what a drive today. 41 years old and still outdoing almost the entire field. And yeah, brilliant from Fernando. Didn't have a great start. Lance Stroll, got to think himself very lucky that he didn't take out Fernando at the start then. He'll definitely be minding his business a bit more on the first lap in Saudi Arabia. But yeah, Alonso, after that, you know, he settled down, started to catch the Mercedes, and as the race went, then started to unlock the potential of the Aston Martin car. And his lap times all throughout the race, really, except for the first few laps, were really good. Aston Martin, not just with Alonso, but with Stroll as well, were clearly quicker than Mercedes today. And Ferrari probably as well. So Aston Martin, absolute confirmation, have got, in race conditions, at least the second best car on the grid. And that is great to see. Makes things certainly more exciting. But yeah, Alonso, obviously, after his final pit stop, had work to do, was in 6th place, and having to do a lot of fighting if he was to get even into the top 4, never mind onto the podium. Obviously, Charles Leclerc's retirement helped a lot with that. Past Lewis Hamilton with some brilliant racing between the two. Hope those two can race a lot more this season because, yeah, those two, when they go wheel to wheel, it is just epic stuff. And Alonso's move down the inside of turn 10 was just brilliant. And then, yeah, Leclerc then retired. And then, because of Sainz's really bad pace, Alonso eventually, after much defence by Sainz and even a bit of contact, because Alonso was so surprised at how slow the Ferrari was on traction, Alonso got the move done, got into 3rd, and even pulled, I think, nearly a 10-second gap to Carlos before the end. This shows you how quick the Aston Martin car is. And Lance Stroll, I think people should, honestly, should compliment Stroll on his drive today. Again, 2 or 3 weeks ago, he had a serious accident. I think broke, was it both of his wrists or one of his wrists? I can't remember exactly. Had an operation, was a big doubt for the race. And then he's gone and put it in the top 6. And his pace was pretty good. I mean, he only finished like 4 seconds behind Hamilton in the end. And obviously beat Russell in the Mercedes. So yeah, Lance Stroll, that is a great job by him. And Aston Martin now 2nd in the championship after race 1. Obviously, championship doesn't really matter. But, you know, at this point. But they are absolutely, Aston Martin, contenders for 2nd in the championship this season. And I think if they can start this season really well, because they will get much more wind tunnel access this season than the top 3 teams from last season, you know, Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes. Aston Martin, yeah, if they start the season well, then I think their chances of 2nd in the championship are really good. Really, really good. Yeah, Aston Martin, look out for them, of course, this season. They are going to cause plenty of surprises in 2023. Still amazing how much time they've gained in the, last few months or so. But anyway, Great for Aston Martin, great for Alonso, so happy for him. Now onto the midfield, Alpine. Let's quickly get Esteban Ocon out of the way. Yeah, Ocon, what on earth was he doing? What on earth were Alpine doing? Firstly, got a penalty for not starting in his grid position in a correct way, starting past the yellow line. And then, when he came into the pits, he did not serve his penalty correctly because the mechanics did some work on the car to clear something out of his suspension, I think. Maybe a tear off or something. So then he got a 10-second penalty for not serving the penalty, and then got another penalty for speeding in the pit lane when taking the penalty. So yeah, a horror show for Ocon. And Alpine, I have no idea what they were doing. I got to say one thing. I saw someone on Twitter saying yesterday, out of the whole Alonso Alpine saga, Alonso absolutely won that deal, didn't he? Because, yeah, Aston Martin, they are miles ahead of Alpine at the moment. But Pierre Gasly, big shout out to him. What a race he had. I mean, he didn't just gain all those positions because of a safety car or virtual safety car coming out at the right time. He earned really all of those positions in the race today. He was, I think for a while after the first pit stop, up in, I think, 12th place. Obviously, Alpine pitting him early, which I was surprised by, and you heard that on commentary, for the hard tyres. Worked a treat, got up to 12th, and then again did a early pit stop for the second stop, and that got him past Tsunoda, and then thankfully for the virtual safety car, they got him onto soft tyres. He then got past Albon with a brilliant move into turn 4, and very nearly got Bottas by the end. So great drive from Gasly, just a shame he couldn't have done that in qualifying yesterday. But a good race for Alpine in terms of what they've come away from this race with, but it should have been better. And yeah, from an operational standpoint, a joke with Ocon. No idea how they got it so wrong so many times with him. Clearly, they didn't do enough testing. But one team that absolutely got things wrong was the McLaren team. Yeah, McLaren, what a joke. What an absolute joke. Lando Norris had to have his car pneumatically refilled, and topped up. How many times? 3 times? 4 times was it during the race? That cost him any chance of a point. I think Norris probably could have grabbed a point from this race if he had not had that issue. But yeah, had to make obviously like 4 or 5 pit stops. And then Oscar Piastri had a gearbox problem. They tried to change his steering wheel at his first pit stop. But yeah, he had an issue. And I think Nib even said, was it electronic or something like that, the issue? Yeah, what a disastrous first race for McLaren. Bottom of the championship, and they have got to get their act together now and get this car much faster, firstly, and get those upgrades on the car as soon as possible. But really, they need to sort that reliability out because you can't be having that in race 1. So many problems with the car's, systems in, the first race for both cars. That is unforgivable in this day and age when, the cars are so reliable. So yeah, so poor from them. Next up, Alfa Romeo. Great race from Bottas. 8th place. We didn't see much of him during the Grand Prix itself. But yeah, a brilliant job by him. And I think he can be pretty happy with what he did today. I mean, at one point, he was ahead of Stroll and Russell and Alonso, I think, after making an early pit stop. So yeah, Bottas's pace today was good. And he was only like 15 seconds, actually, at the end of the race behind Russell. So yeah, Alfa Romeo, they were only, 2-3 tenths of a second on average slower than Mercedes during the race, really? Yeah, that's a very good effort from Bottas and from from Alfa Romeo. And they should be super happy with that. I did not expect Alfa Romeo to be finishing in 8th place. I mean, you guys know my predictions coming into this race were that Alfa Romeo would miss out. But yeah, Alfa Romeo, yeah, they produced a brilliant race, great strategy. Bottas obviously having a great start helped because he did go straight from 12th up to 8th. I'd love to see the start on board him, especially with Alonso and Stroll there. Yeah, great race for him. For Zhou Guan Yu, again, in a race, fails to deliver on any potential that the car has. And this is why I don't think Zhou is good enough for Formula One. We saw this so many times last season where, Bottas, he'd deliver on what the car could probably do that day. And Zhou, a lot of the time, was 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, and just not delivering what is in that car. And today, 16th place. I think he pitted at the very end, but he wasn't going to finish in the points anyway. He was in 13th place. So, yeah. I really don't get why people think Zhou is this, good F1 driver. It baffles me so much. I don't understand it at all. Yeah. I would love to hear, a good convincing, or at least an attempt at a good convincing argument for why Zhou should be in Formula One, because I just don't get what is it that he's so good at that, means he's good enough for Formula One. I know it's only one race into 2023, but today was really from him reminiscent of last season, and I was hoping this season we'd see an improvement from him, a step up after his debut season in Formula One, but today was not a step up. I mean, it was a step up in qualifying, I guess, because he was so close to Bottas in qualifying, which wasn't always a case in 2022, but yeah, poor from Zhou. But good for Bottas, and they are 5th in the championship. Let's see if they'll hold on to it. Haas F1, Hulkenberg, poor start, lost a bit of his front wing at turn 4 with, I think, was it Ocon? Yeah, it was Ocon that he clipped the back of. And Haas also had massive tyre wear issues, as we know they've had for, how many years? They've had this basically since they came into Formula One. And obviously with them taking parts from Ferrari and the car still being very much inspired by Ferrari at times, with Ferrari having their tyre issues, Haas obviously end up kind of having those issues as well. But 13th and 15th, very poor. And I think this season they are going to struggle, like I said, to score points a lot of the time, because they've got the pace in qualifying, but because of their poor race pace, they're going to have to hope for a lot of things to go their way if they're going to finish, in the top 10 in races. They're going to have to rely really on them delivering good quali pace at Monaco, Singapore, Zandvoort, places like that where it's hard to overtake. Because, at places where you can overtake, they just end up getting swamped by the field all the time. Next to AlphaTauri, they had a pretty good race, actually, and their race pace was pretty good. Yuki Tsunoda only just finished behind Alex Albon in 11th place. Good race by him. Nick de Vries finished in 14th, which was probably the best he could have done today. 11th and 14th, that's a good result for them. I mean, obviously, a points finish would have been, great for the team. They were so close, but after starting 14th and, was it 19th? I think 11th and 14th is a pretty good result for them, and is a good omen for them going forward if they can have good race pace, going forward from this point. So, AlphaTauri don't think should be that disappointed with what's happened today, but they've just missed out, which is a shame. And finally, the Williams team. Great to see that Williams are back as a proper midfield team, and they did legitimately, after what I said in the build-up, where I was like, showing obviously the great pace Albon had on his long runs. I was wondering, have Williams legitimately got that type of pace for the race? Yes, they have. Yes, they have. Alex Albon, P10, and Williams in the top 7 of the championship. Great to see them scoring points in the first race. I think that's the first time they've scored points in the first race of the season since 2017 with Felipe Massa, where Massa finished in 6th. So, yeah, that's a good omen because, that year they finished in 5th in the championship. But, yeah, great pace for Albon. And really, you could argue that he deserved 9th because, he was holding on. Ahead of Gasly was Alex Albon. And Gasly, just on that virtual safety car restart, I think caught Albon out a bit and got the move done. So it was a shame there because Albon probably could have finished in 9th. But 10th it is. And yeah, good drive from Albon. Great result for Williams. And then as well, big shout out to Logan Sargent in 12th place. What a debut. 12th place. I don't think anybody thought Sargent would be 12th in his first Grand Prix. And he was only, I think, 9 seconds behind Albon in the end, so he wasn't that far away from a point. And yeah, Logan Sargent, look out for him this season. I think he's definitely going to be having a decent year. He's already proven that he's definitely quite a decent driver. And yeah, Williams, great first race of the season. And I'm sure that they are going to be in the points a lot more this season. That car definitely seems a lot better than last year's car. So yeah, great to see Williams and Aston Martin making so much improvement, because I think if this Grand Prix this time last year, they were probably the 2 worst teams on the grid. But not anymore. And there you go, guys. That's all the teams. I'm probably going to read out comments for, 10 minutes or so, and then probably end the stream there, because I do have it scheduled that, to finish at about 5:30. Mickey says, I think it's a 3-way fight for second this season with Ferrari, Merc, and Aston. Yeah, I think that's the case. I think Aston Martin looked really good to finish in second, to be honest. Sargent, I thought, did much better since Turbo than De Vries, even in pre-season testing. Equal talent, the Aston will beat the Mercedes. Not sure about that. Says Turbo. Well, I'm not sure about that. From what Turbo just said. Prank says Stroll surprised me beating George. Great job for Williams switching places with McLaren. Nando hype train is real. Great job for Aston Martin. Yeah, absolutely. Turbo says Aston has the money to spend to continue development of the car through the season. Unlike Alfa, Sauber, and Haas, I think Aston has a real shot at P3 and possibly P2. Yeah, that's, a great thing for, Aston Martin. They've got the money to develop the car. Plus, they have quite a bit extra runs in the wind tunnel this season than Ferrari, Mercedes, Red Bull will have. So if they can, every time they bring an upgrade, if they can make the car 2-3 tenths of a second quicker each time, they could be probably in the second half of the season right there with Red Bull. Red Bull, they're not like a second a lap quicker than everyone else. We saw Alonso at the end of the race there, had really good speed. But, yeah, Aston Martin are definitely going to do some big things this season. And I think actually, I know with my season preview, I didn't have them winning a race this season, but I think now I'd have to say, once I've now seen confirmation that they do legitimately have great pace, I think Alonso absolutely wins a race this season, and I don't think it'll be very long until he gets that win. Too bad Mercedes is so slow, says Turbo. Would be nice if Mercedes could pick up some speed so Hamilton and Alonso can fight. The way it is now, Alonso will win 9 out of 10 fights with Hamilton. Let's find some other comments here. Mickey says, I still think Mercedes will be faster than Aston later in the season. Not sure I'd predict that at this point, but yeah, we'll have to see once we get later in the season. I think that's pretty much it. I think I'll probably end with the poll. Of course, that's been going on the chat. I'll just end it quickly and see what you guys have to say. So the poll, the question for the poll, if it will ever appear in the chat, still hasn't appeared, which is not good. Taking a bit of time to load, clearly. But, come on, why is it not loading? Don't know why. But I'm pretty sure Fernando Alonso won the vote for driver of the day. And then I think it was Verstappen in second with, what do you call it? With maybe Gasly third, I don't know. But I can't see the poll in the chat. It's not showing me. Oh, there you go. So the question was, who did you think was driver of the day in Bahrain? And the options were Alonso, Verstappen, Stroll, Gasly. And you guys voted for Alonso as driver of the day, with Verstappen second, Stroll third, Gasly in fourth. Thank you for the 66 votes. And I think, guys, I'm pretty much going to end the stream there. Thank you guys so much for coming along to all of the content this weekend. And of course, we'll do it all again in 2 weeks for Saudi Arabia at the second Grand Prix of 2023. Just want to update you guys about a couple things. In case you haven't heard already, from Monday night onwards, live streams after they finish will become unlisted on the channel. You will be able to watch them still after they have finished. I will put them in a playlist where they'll all be. But from Monday night on, I want the main thing that is seen on the channel, they're more of a focus channel-wise, to be on the recorded stuff, the edited videos. Obviously, the live streams going forward will still be public, so you'll still be able to watch it and find it. Don't worry about that. It's just after the stream finishes, the streams will be unlisted, so they don't clog up the channel with way too long pieces of content. And yeah, I've got what do you call it? I've got well, let me go to my schedule for what's coming up next on the channel. So I'll be uploading a review of some of the talking points from this Bahrain Grand Prix weekend tomorrow, Monday night at 8 PM UK time. And then my next video after that will be on Friday night, which will be a recorded video, uploaded again at 8 PM UK time. I don't know what the topic is yet for the stream. Obviously, the day of the video being uploaded, I will let you know what the topic is. But yeah, I will probably, once I stop the stream and have a think about what I'm going to do for next week, I will probably come up with a topic for that video. But yeah, there'll be a couple videos. I think it's, the weekend review tomorrow night, a video on Friday, and then a video or live stream on Sunday, I think. And then the following week, obviously, is the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. So yeah, there is still plenty of content heading your way on the channel. But guys, yeah, that's been it for the Bahrain Grand Prix weekend. Make sure to join me tomorrow for the weekend review, again at 8 PM UK time, uploaded on the channel. Thank you guys so much for coming along for all these weekend streams. Everyone who's donated, subscribed, liked. Again, thank you all so, so much. And yeah, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe and smash the notifications bell so you keep up to date with the content on this channel. And obviously, we're doing qualifying and race watch-alongs for the next Grand Prix on the calendar in 2 weeks. And as well, before you go, if you have not already, don't forget to smash the like button and share this video and channel everywhere you can. And to keep up to date with what I'm doing here, make sure to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 and join my Discord server, link below in the description for more content like this. But guys, until my weekend preview, and until my next live stream, which will be either this time next week or at the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix weekend. But until, finally, the next Grand Prix on the calendar, the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix on St. Patrick's weekend in Jeddah. Until then, guys, it has been me, ChazHD. Goodbye.